There it is. I was like one heartbeat a little too long, and I was like, that's a little crazy. Okay. I don't need to see my own stream, so let me pause that. As much as it helps. Okay. So where are we at? We are just on the precipice here, on the cusp of seeing this challenge, seeing this ability, the goal through. I've done a bunch of work in between streams in the last week to get us to the best footing possible, as from what I can estimate. I like last week I thought we were gonna make some good headway and actually get to the goal, but there was just too much to do when it came to like getting Prometheum unlocked and getting all like everything up to the divine tier, and then researching the divine tier itself. It just I knew within about an hour of us starting that last stream, like there's no way we're gonna get close to the goal. So I wanted to make sure that we had a really good chance, at least, of getting there today, which I think we do. I've got all of the builds to divine tier, right? So this is the mythic tier, this is the divine tier. This is my little custom little icon that I created. I think it works. But that divine tier is where the rubber hits the road with this sort of challenge. It is necessary to minimize the amount of shenanigans that you have to deal with. So we've got this big bank of labs ready to go. I've even expanded it by one. And then I've got another bank over here getting ready to go. This was what unlocks this. Getting this second bank up and running is what unlocks really the main part of this challenge. But I don't have it plumbed in yet, because there's a little cheeky thing that happens when you change qualities and all of these chests, right? These chests, there's not many in them, but the chests themselves are for restacking, right, of the science. So it's nice and clean, so you don't get some crazy, like, amount of, like, belts that are just, like, ugly and ugh. So it restacks everything. It does create gaps. If you have a lot of consumption, like, especially up above here, you're going to create... There's going to be... We're going to have to balance it, in other words. We're going to have to make sure that our consumption does not exceed a full belt. And that doesn't... The chests here don't matter for that. All it does is ensure it's restacked. But when you change qualities, as you can see, you get a little bit of that other quality in there. So what I tend to do is, once I'm at my final quality, which we are close to being there. We have 3, I think, science packs left. Yeah, 3 of the planetary science packs. And so today, when we trigger a science, only one bank is going to be on. So yeah, this bank will be on. And then we can start filtering out some of those other sciences, because we can start picking them up. If we go to the Aquilo shuttle here, we've got the mythic on there. But if we go to Aquilo and look, I have a bank in here making the divines. So we actually have a bunch. We have divines ready, but it's going to take a few shipments. We have a few shipments left of the mythics. So I want to do a research. The other thing to note, I was very tempted to add a research, just a simple research of something. It didn't even matter what. Something that's researchable, but adding, a research that was all of the science packs, but was 60-second cycle. Because this, as a 120-second cycle, is misleading in your science per minute. Because it's 120 seconds, it's a science every 2 minutes. So when we trigger one of these researches, right, this is misleading because the science per minute is reduced, it's cut in half because of the cycle time. Right? So it sucks when you're looking at science per minute, when you have a 2-minute cycle time, it throws that into disarray. So, we've got some in here, but they're not all science packs. So whatever science we have, let's start this research. It's a lot of research. This is a lot of science per minute. But effectively, when you're researching research productivity, double the number of science per minute, because it's the only science in the game that's 2 minutes long. So when you're looking at science per minute, having a 2-minute cycle is just bad and wrong. Which is why I wanted to add another science that I don't even know what could you affect with that really wouldn't matter. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, something in here you could do. Productivity bonus, I don't even know. But you can see we're capping at 97 million science per minute. Right around 97 million science. But if we double that, that's actually how much science per minute we can do. And that is for me the more important value, because obviously the belts would be consumed twice as fast. So it's a really misleading science to have. But it's the only one that has all of the science packs. So yeah, I wanted to. I was very tempted to add my own little just simple science, just like a 1% per level, and just had it be expensive and just for the sake of science. Because if we look at our belts here, you can see they're not 100% running, right? There's little pauses and little hitches, which is what you want. You don't want it full blast, because then you're gonna run into problems. And we just ran out of green science. What happened to green science? Did I turn it off? I did. Oops. I didn't turn it back on again. So I've redesigned all the sciences, and it's basically the same. It's the same pattern across the board. And yeah, it saturates the belts completely. But as we use science here, and we're starting to demand more of the sciences, we should send those ships. I need to actually queue up another version of that. So we actually use the science. The only thing I'm worried about, the hammerhead here, is getting a little low on Promethean plate. We have a bit left, but it could yeah, we could run out and have it go get more. I've upgraded it to divine, by the way. So it is a crazy good ship now. Divine tier is just amazing when it comes to like ship hardware. It's also crazy when the wire reach. The wire reach of the medium pole in Divine Tier is larger than the base the base substation. Man, I just couldn't find that word. Substation. And then the Divine substations, 68 by 68, are almost like the same as the medium pole. So you can see the difference between the two. I don't know how that works and why that is, but and then even like the big pole, it's just a crazy 54 by 54. It's great. So what we really need to watch while these things grind away. Okay, so it looks like we have some Divine Tiers coming in. I'm really hoping we have enough storage. I think we do. So then we go to Gleba and we see what are we doing here? Gleba looks good. Yeah, I've got Gleba. I've got this stack here. We just gotta make sure that the rockets are good to go. And then if we look at Fulgora, you can see Fulgora, we need to go through the rocket silos and probably, because yeah, this one hasn't been fully converted yet. So if you want to go check Vulcanus, and if that's, yeah, that's going to be draining here as well. Just trying to get all of this cleared out. Make way for the Divine Tier, anyway. Jesus, some of these are... There's like 50 in them. And it's like, oh, that's so annoying. This is one benefit of doing the bot-based delivery, is you don't have to deal with this. There's Prometheum being, or eggs being launched. We got 73 in that one. Right, and I think this is the last of it. least I'm hoping. Why do you have so many modules? You random. Why do you have? You should not have that many modules in it. Oh, whatever. Who cares? So yeah, I think that is all of the lower level science, all of the mythic science in here. So then we can go over to here and say this can get up to divine. And that'll drain that right quick. That'll pretty much drain that whole warehouse out. And I apologize if you hear weird sounds in the back end. They've been retrofitting the house. That's the house that has sat empty for almost 2 years. They gutted the house, and they're probably putting thousands of dollars into that house. And they made the house, I think they made it 4 different apartments. They put 4 like electrical thingies in there. And I'm like, you're making that tiny little house 4 apartments? Like, people are crazy. It's not that big of a house. Okay. God, we finished that research. All right, let's do a 500 million research. Jesus.
So have sardines gained sentience and now they're importing some of them?
Sardines gain sentience.
Yeah, into the house next door, packing like sardines.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Like, yeah. So yeah, all I've been hearing for the last nearly week is the sound of like saws and shit going through stuff. Like, that's all I hear. Now we should have gotten more than freaking 36,000. Why do we have so much uncommon? Whoa, what happened here? Something happened here. Uncommon. Oh, man. These needed... Yeah. Because I just upgraded everything with a planner, it foobarred the fact that these, in this particular build, the recyclers also need
Oh, yeah, you're doing 2 hops rather than just 1 with quality.
Yeah. So, damn it. That would not have been good having all these eggs. Okay, so we need to just temporarily... How do we... Oh. Okay. And then we need to do the same for these. Here. And then we need to bring those back down. Or back up. Rare. Oh. Crisis averted, maybe, possibly? What is going on here? Oh, it's completely saturated, yeah. I got a lot of modules in this. If we go to novice. Yeah. Okay, and now electromagnetic, which makes sense because that's the one I just did. So we go to Fulgore shuttle and we say, instead of mythic, we want divine. And now it's... God. Fine. It should have not been sitting here. It should have grabbed what it could and then gone and to offload them. I don't know why it was still sitting in orbit. So let's look at the Aquilo shuttle. Okay, this is still pulling in huge amounts of mythic. So I don't know how many more we have left. We'll let what we have launch. Why are these not? I guess. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. We can go run that. Vulcanus. We still have a bunch of mythics as well. Okay. But now that we have divines in the electromagnetic, that will help quite a bit. I need to check my RS latch here. 50,000 to 500,000. Okay, that's good. But it should be running. Only am backed up. That's good. But yeah, we'll worry about that in a second. Fulgore shuttle, these are empty, so it already went, dropped off what it has, and now we can set this to divine. And set this to divine. And then set these to divine. And this to divine. This to divine. This to divine. Okay. And now we're getting launched. Okay. Are we gonna need cheese on this one as well? No, we shouldn't. There's 399,000. What's going on with the the lag? Are our requests just not high enough? All right, we have. So the real name of the game here. Oh, we got the science booted back up again. Excellent. There we go. The name of the game is sustainability. And we just finished the freaking research. So let's do a 600 million research. How about that? So, doing bursts of research, very easy to do. Very, very easy to do. Pop in, pop out with a big research. The challenge is really sustaining that research and being able to research something that's 60 billion research and just keep rolling, keep it going. Okay, so our Aquilo science here is in a bad way. So let's process all of this. Have you checked Vulcanus at all? See how close that is to finishing.
I'll take a peek. See,
Oh,
they're
there's
launching a whole bunch.
How is there legendary science in here? How is that possible?
Yeah. I can see some gap on the belt now, finally, on Vulcanus. Starting to get some FPS hits now when I'm wandering around the base some here and there.
There's a bank of these I missed. Did I miss any more? Did not help. Put you and you and you and you and you. I think that was it. Okay. So as much as it pains me, let all of these come in. And then basically force it to go to novice. So on the way 0, go to novice, clear that out. We have to have it unload all of these, which it will do. Now we can distribute the divines. So we are having electrolyte problem. Fluoroketone. We're gonna have to probably increase
Shoot.
Osterok's computer or network could not keep up with the server. Holy shit, this is the first time I've ever seen that. An error look like that.
Yeah, I was having the FPS drop, or well, it was probably that my buffer was getting too high, which then was causing the FPS to drop. So yeah, probably just a slow moment in the internet, and then it couldn't catch up.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're gonna be running into that problem a lot.
Yep.
Because you know the last time when I did this myself, I was not hosting a, it was not hosting a game. It was I had to pause the game so you could catch up.
Yep. I'm gonna post myself on Navis in a place that's a little less going on, and just kind of remotely look at Vulcanus for now. Mining outpost. Pick there. Oh yeah, my buffer is already starting to rack up, so my internet still must be struggling a bit.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now. Like Aquilo is full blast right now. Why is this? Oh, it's frustrating not having enough of this damn fluid. This is really where our bottleneck is on Aquilo. Okay, so we're trying to identify all the little bottlenecks, all the places that we are going to need to address. Okay, so
I exited the game because it was doing that thing again. I'll try reconnecting in a little bit, give it some time to cool down.
yeah, as soon as we get like squared up, why? Oh, electromagnetic. Let's push that down. There we go. Yeah, I knew going into this, like the multiplayer thing would fall away because it's a lot to simulate. Like even me right now, for some reason I dropped to 37 FPS, UPS. I don't know why.
Yeah, near the science, I was hitting, even before the internet was having issues. I was having trouble being near the research area.
Like, even when I'm zoomed fully in on my dude, I'm still at 37. So it's something is taking a huge amount of, like, I swear to God, I was able to hit 250, 270 million science a minute without even getting an FPS hit at all in single player. Like, having a multiplayer seems to have a huge amount of weight, where I'm actually taking a hit that I wasn't hitting in single player, even though that you're not even connected right now.
Odd. You heard him, everybody. He's blaming me.
Yeah. It's all your fault. Okay. Now, Aquilo shuttle, are you out? You still have 55,000. Okay. There's so much science to process. Okay, so the last one is Vulcanus, which we are finally consuming the last of our. Yeah, we're consuming the last of the mythic here. We just probably have 2 more trips with the shuttle. And you are now. Oh, you still have. Wow. That's a lot. Let's look at the hammerhead here. This is still going strong. We're at 8.5 million science here. Which is a lot. We're getting low on the uncommon. So yeah, this is just one launch of eggs, by the way. This is the effect of the compounding productivity modules that we've got in here. When every step of the way has a 600% productivity, right? Believe it or not, it's only what, one? Well, we've got this one down here, so that's one. So 600% productivity on 8,000 craft, or let's call it 800 crafts. Yeah, 800 crafts giving you 10, but so 600% on 8,000. I think it was just what, 8 times 6? 6 times 8 is what, 54? So from 8,000 you get 54,000. And then from 54, right, the first line here, so you take 54 and you times that by 8, which gives you the epics. No. Yeah, gives you the epics. That turns into legendary. So you take, again, multiply by 8 again, and then you multiply by 8, or 6, multiply by 6 again. What the hell? Why do you have... Should not have... Should not have mythics on it. Why do you have mythics on it? Oh, Jesus. Tristan, welcome to the channel. Take you out. Take you out. I do not know why these had mythics in their hands. Doesn't make sense to me. But here we go.
Should I try rejoining?
Just give it a minute here. I want to get... I'm assuming as soon as crafts and research starts happening, it's just we're just going to run into the same issue. Something is tapping quite a lot of performance out of the game right now. Okay, so Aquilo now is ready, I think, to launch Divine. Yeah. So we want to go Aquilo shuttle. This low, we want this to be Divine. This to be Divine. This to be Divine. This to be Divine. 198,000. This it should not be an odd amount. Why? Yeah, I think there's a fundamental problem with how these are getting delivered. It's not fast enough. None of them are getting down to here. This was a pain in the ass to do. With all the heating and all the bullshit you have to deal with on Aquilo. There just wasn't a good solution to this. Yeah, these first ones are scooping them all up. So this is actually, what's funny about this, it's more slow. This is slower than all the other planets because only, what is this? 40 launches are going at a time? If I had these delivered by bots, all 100 would be used. Right? Because the bots would be delivering them properly. So we might have to rethink how Aquilo operates and go to a bot-based delivery system still. Just because I think we're still running up against it here. But we got them launched. It was painful. So we're at 99 million science right now. So double that. We're at about 200 million science per minute. Okay. I need to deliver Divine to the other side. I've already got this other side plumbed in, but I'm only delivering when we're at Divine tier, so... It also reminds me, we have this one to do. Get some ag science run. 2 packs left. We're bringing in the Aquilo. And metallurgic is still going to be, we're still going to be kind of a stickler for metallurgic. Yeah. If we look at Vulcanus here. We're finally launching the last little remnants from the belts, but we still have a bunch of silos that have some in it, so it's going to be probably one more trip. And we just finished the research. Of course we did. So is there a metallurgic one that we could do? We could do this one. We have to do enough levels of it. There we go. Railgun damage up to level 20. That was pretty fast.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's fast. And this is a 60 second, so this is one of the reasons why this is going so much faster. As you can see, these belts are flying. Alright, now we've got the last of the Aquilo science, as well as the last of the Vulcanus science, I think. Yeah, Vulcanus shuttle just launched. A lot of science. Yeah, we have a lot of this stuff to go through yet. So there's 199, yeah, 199 million science per minute. Okay. So this is a problem. Obviously, we are running into a situation where the science is gapped. We have gaps in the belt supply, which is not good. Now, to solve this, we might have to research even more levels of stacking. Right now, we have 25. We have stacks of 25. So each belt can hold 200. So it's a 25x multiplier on the 150 items per second. So 150 items per second times 25 is how many actual items per second you can run. And remember, this last bank isn't even plugged in. So if I had this bank on, this belt would be probably, yeah, we're gonna have gaps showing up in here. Yep. So now, obviously, I don't understand why. Oh, I understand why. Metallurgic science is not yet divine. That's why. If this was divine, right, all of these other science packs are doing just fine. But the metallurgic is not, because it's not top tier. So, yeah, that would be why. So we need to go to Vulcanus. And sort out the silos and stuff from this. Where am I? Oh, so here's the last launch process. Trying to get all the gubbins off of the belts here. There's a lot on the belts. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason LDS is just, it's not good. Even though we have 40,000 of it in here. I think I need to increase the request. It's just not enough. Either that or we need more bots or something. Yeah, request of 10 is just not cutting it. I don't know why these aren't launching. Ah, they're not launching. They're just shy of some, so... Alright, is that it? It's sometimes hard to see the little icon. There's one. There's one. You have 150. Nope. Look at all the there's really no easy way to do this either. It's just like you just gotta. I guess what you could do is just grab it all, run home, and just drop it in the warehouse manually. But you know, the fact that we have teleporters on here. Because technically, if we were to go home in the vanilla game, we would have to empty our inventory. We could not launch into space with a full inventory. So, there's that. Alright, I think that is essentially that. Just do one last pass and check all of these. I think that's it. So, come over here. Do that. The last mythic metallurgic coming in. Now, how much more is on that ship? None. There's none more. Excellent. Oh my god. Okay. Cargo. Divine. And quest satisfied. Divine. So that should have updated all of that. It updated that. Excellent. All right. So you should be able to join now fairly easily because we're not really doing anything. I still
clicking on the wrong things.
I still don't know why my FPS hasn't. I'm still at 42, 43.
Weird.
Let's look at Aquilo. Aquilo might be one reason.
You know, the intro screens on Factorio with all the little factory setups and stuff makes you think that somebody in the company must really love spaghetti. Because that's what a lot of those bases are, is spaghetti belts everywhere.
Well, spaghetti, like, there's definitely an aesthetic that's it's more interesting to look at the spaghetti base because there's something like there's so much detail. It's like there's so much to see because every little nook and cranny has got something in it in a spaghetti base. So there's just so much going on. It's more visually interesting.
It also feels more organic.
Sure. Okay, so all the metallurgic science has been delivered, which means we can go over here. And of course, we haven't quite finished that yet, so... Yeah, I'm tempted to... I need to do one more draining research. Yeah, there's our first... There's our first metallurgic divine, but our last science pack that needed to be upgraded. So we have 155,000 mythic Aquilo science still in there. So what I want to do is I want to do a research that is basically going to drain. Yeah, let's... This is probably going to boot us again. Doing this research. But we need to drain all the things. I need to drain out the rest of this mythic science in order to get the rest of, like, everything else up and running. So the shuttle here has been upgraded. Okay, Gleba is already upgraded, I know. Fulgora is also upgraded. So, yeah. Not having the belt run full blast all the time is going to be very, very helpful. As you can see, our metallurgic here is now drained out completely. So we can go over here. Now we're just waiting on the Aquilo science. Getting the rest of this out. It's much easier to clear the belts when you can basically go over to here. And what I do is I just reverse any belt, right, that has lower level science in it. I just reverse the input. And I just untether the output. Just blink that off. And that science will get used. Like, 100% that science will get used. Some lab somewhere will scoop that up. And then now it should all be fresh, clean, divine science. Except for the Aquilo science. God damn it. Like, can we please chew through that? It stopped because of metallurgic science, so I need to deliver the divine version of that to get the science labs running again. Pretty pleased with sugar on top. Hey, we bumped up to 60. Is that Aquilo? No, Aquilo's still running. Most of it is. Something finished and is doing better. Okay, so this, and then not sure why these are.
The Aquilo science is completely drained from the warehouses.
Okay, and we do the same thing that one still has to go. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Good lord. I mean, there would definitely be a way to wire these up and get them to do the thing, you know, automatically, but you know, it is what it is.
Spend 13 hours to fix something that takes 10 minutes to do manually.
Yeah, because you just have to go through and just one at a time. This is why I didn't want to wire up the other side, or I didn't want to supply the other side until this process was done, because it's just a pain in the ass to do. There's even some legendary there's some legendary science packs in here. But just cleaning this up will help quite a lot. And of course, we get these. Now we have a nice clean thing there. Oh, that one's got to stay on. Now I just realized something. Anybody out there watching is probably screaming at me right now. I just realized something. Yeah. That's going to be a problem. I'm doing this backwards. I should have done it from the bottom up, not from the top down, because I'm releasing this low-level science onto the belt to empty out the chest. But guess what? It's going to come wrapping around, and it's going to hit these chests here after so it's like I empty them out, right? The very tail end of these belts are going to be the low-level sciences. If they don't get grabbed, right? If they don't get grabbed, that's going to make this way all the way down and recontaminate the thingy. So let's get some divine metallurgic Aquilo. Let's get some divine Aquilo going, just to get these up and running. That way these up here can run.
These should fix themselves, the ones I'm working on. All I'm doing is rather than doing the thing you're doing, I move the lower level ones to the end of the chest.
Right, but the problem is, as I'm going down, I'm
oh yeah.
I'm releasing them back into the wild, and so it's just going to contaminate more and more and more and more. All right, where? There it is. Okay. So this is maybe going to... Okay. So Aquilo can go one more level down. Now we're not going to be hitting the numbers here because we're still working out all the kinks But God, all I hear is just like, I don't know what that guy is doing. It sounds like he's stripping every piece of wood in that house. That's what it sounds like. Like with one of those like hand lathe things, like it's just like, we're talking days. This is like day 4 of that sound nonstop from about 10 o'clock in the morning till about 8 o'clock at night. Just nonstop. And I'm like, what are you doing over there? There's not going to be any wood left if you keep going. There's going to be nothing left in the house. All right, let's see which ones recontaminate here. Okay. Then we just, to get that last bank up and running, I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Ooh, that was a slowdown. Wow, something just triggered that. Holy Moses. Wow, that was like night and day difference.
Yeah, I think it's all the sciences booting up one at a time. My buffer's not going up though, so I should stay connected.
Oh, yeah. Wow, there's freaking legendary in there. That's nuts.
Weird.
Yeah, there it is. There's little contaminations in there. That's all it takes.
quite a few viewers at the moment. Hello, everyone.
Hey, we're working on getting this. Look at all of the contaminant, like. It's crazy how much of this mythic stuff is still in here. Look at that. Oh, there was a lot of mythic in here. Okay. Why aren't these running? Green. You have green. Why? Oh, right. Stupid wire setup. Forgot about that. This belt here was in meant for ag science, and I only wanted when an ag science was one, but we have particularly a mod that disables spoilage for ag science, so I can't win this ag science. It's just brutal. Okay, let's see. There and there and there is good to go. And then you are in hard water, so let's do that. And you and you and you. Oh, purple. Look at all the contamination in purple. Red and green are still... And normally this stuff finds its way all the way to the end of the belt. Right? So, yeah, purple science is still got lots of little contamination. Yep. There's red again. Green. Wow. Really? Okay. There's just little pockets of the shittier qualities in here, and it's just like a pain. It's a royal pain in the ass to get rid of it. I mean, you could technically, like, easily find a way to get rid of it. Basically just gobble up all the science. Off the end of the belt. Just pull it all for, 100,000 science. Just pull it all. And then reprocess it or throw it away or something. How much freaking mythic science is still in this system here? All right, we're at 120 million science a minute right now. And it's just non-stop mythic. Oh, Lord. There we go again. And yellow ran out again. The trick is to try to get all the science. I mean, it's amazing how much there is in there. Just busy work is all it is. There it is again. Yeah. I still can't believe there's legendary science still on the belt. Yeah, you can see it right in here. Little bits of crappy science, but what are you gonna do, right? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it gets to the end of the belt. It will get chewed up at some point. All it takes is an inserter just randomly grabbing, randomly grabbing it. Jesus. Look at that. I mean, how much? You can see little bits. Okay. So now that we have essentially all of that done. Oh Lord. Yeah. We can do this. All right, now come up here. You. That was the last ones. Now is the time. the science is going to be crazy. Let's check the hammerhead here. Yeah. We really don't want any divine freaking biters. So we've got 12 million science sitting on this ship. Believe it or not, it's completely full. 65,000 stacks. That's an impressive amount of science. Let's up our, we'll see, yeah, our request. We can't go above 1,000x. 1,000x is the top. You can't go above this. Right, that's a million science sitting in here. So in order to get more, because if this thing goes off to pick up some more Prometheus, we're gonna need more, more than that to sustain this, because it could easily chew up that science. So, I think we will have it come. I need to get rid of some science so this can finish. Otherwise, we're going to be hurting. And I also
not be good.
Let's increase our storage a little bit. You know, we want to at least get it up to max. 65,000 stacks is the max it can get. It's the max the base or the game will even support. So there it is. 65,535. Oh, look at that. That's a lot of science. What is that? That was 1.6 million science that just dropped. Now you know why I modded the cargo bay hatches to support more than one landing thingy, because that was a lot of science. Okay, so Hammerhead should have, yeah. Hopefully it processes. I think even then it's gonna be touch and go. So if I kickstart a research now, it'll essentially just do a double check on all of the science chests here. Okay. So 1 billion science is research productivity 76. Our research productivity right now is at 1,650% for each of our labs. Right? Research speed is 57,000. So we're plus 115,000% on our research speed, which is not even maxed. There's still a lot of we could do a lot, but I think 114,935. I think that is max to the game. Like if I add another thing here, you can see it's still 114,935. That is the max. So these are maxed out on their speed, and in productivity, there's theoretically no max on productivity. So we have all of the modules in here, all of the divine level modules, which is bumping us up quite a bit. I think these are 75%. Yeah, so these are 75%. So these are 150. There's 300, 450, 600. So that's 900% productivity just in modules. And then you have the science pack drain, which is again a product of the quality of the lab, which is 25%. So, and then you have the science packs, which are divine, which are worth 26 regular science packs. So the multipliers in this process, they stack considerably. So you have a 26x for the science pack, and then you have the science pack drain, right? 25%. So that's multiplied by 4 now again. So each science pack then becomes 104%. Or 104 science packs, I should say. Go from 26 science pack times 4. Should be 104 science packs. And then you take productivity, 1600, and then so you take that and you take, what would that be, times 16 per science pack? So each science pack is worth like many, which is why this is possible. Because otherwise, there's no way you'd be able to move that much science. That and the fact that our belts are stacked. We have belt stacking. Each stack of items, right? You can see there's 8 stacks on each belt. Each of those stacks is 25, right? So there's 200 things on the belt. And we can increase that. I have the mod that I edited. So if we trigger this, many research happens. All of these kicked on, right? They should have all. Why is green? Oh, we're not wired. I need to take this wire and put it over here. Or is it red? I think it's red. Yeah. Yeah, red. There we go. Now everything is on. Okay. You can see the belts, right? They're not running full blast, which is what we want. So now we're hitting. It's still processing, so we have to give it a minute or two. Make sure everything's running here. And look at that, I'm at 60. So I'm thinking when one or more of the planets, there's a drop. There's a massive drop. I'm guessing when one or more of the planets kicks on, that's what's causing it, when the rockets start launching and stuff.
Makes sense. It's a lot of activity.
You can see we're at about 240-ish million science per minute right now. Honestly, I was hoping that would be 250, but we might have to put another bank of labs. Maybe just one more bank of labs somewhere at the bottom of one of these. Because this science, if this was at 250 million, then a 60-second science would 100% be 500 million. But we also need to be careful, because 60-second science, our belts are going to be going more often, right? So this science here, 241 million. You can see, like, you can see, like, the crappier science right at the end of the belt here. It'll pile up until this thing actually says, okay, finally, this legendary is the only thing I can grab. It'll grab it, and because of the nature of the science, it'll chew through that legendary extremely fast. So it'll just be like, whoop, it'll be gone. So all of these, like, crappier sciences, all you need to do is give the inserter, like, no choice but to grab it, and it'll grab it. 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 And it'll We have another thing here. There it is again. Okay, same with the yellow. And green. There we go. How much more freaking crappy science is sitting on this belt? Okay. Let's do, even though it's not all science packs, let's do that's 32 million science. And that's it. That was 32 million science, by the way. Here's 65 million. Yeah. So again, this is a... Oh, we just ran out of electromagnetic science. So let's look at the Fulgora shuttle. Why are you not... Go away. Why... What did it was that because I did that manually and it didn't go away? Go get some more folklore science, please. Why are you not moving? You're not moving because you don't have any fuel. What is going on right now? Why don't you have any fuel? Is there a issue? Why did something happen with... Yeah, I think I'm going to need a asteroid stacker. Do I have any stackers on this? I do. So my little stacker thing here, I do this and this. And we want to use filter of like just an asteroid type. I don't know why there's so many on this ship. There should not be collecting this many. What are my numbers here? Yeah, the problem is they're just not. There's so I need to reset this and set this. There we go. That was a weird bug. That was just one of those like, what is broken here? It was just the asteroids weren't stacked. There we go. This ship can cruise, by the way. These ships can move quite fast. Because we're at 400 or 560 kilometers per second on that ship. Pretty fast. Okay. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Yeah, see, on the way. 199. That's... Yeah, I think we need to up our requests. Blue circuits is just not... Amazingly, we're actually low on blue circuits. We should probably make some. Yeah, crazily enough, we're low on blue circuits. Okay. I mean, we hit 486 million, but we weren't able to sustain it. I really would like to sustain that amount. For as long as possible. Oh, there's so much light. Yeah, crazy. Electromagnetic science, we consumed so much of that. Okay. Check the hammerhead again. We have a little bit of time. I mean, these divine biter eggs are going to be... That's spoil time is 15 hours. I think we got a little time. Although these legendary ones are not so good. Yeah, that's not so good. Let's get... we need to consume more of those. And I might just take off some productivity from these lower tiers. Believe it or not.
Strange. The hyperlogistics shuttle got a little damaged.
Yeah, I noticed I think I was online when that happened. It's right after I bumped up the speed because none of it's divine tier on the front. We have to upgrade the front end to divine tier, basically, in order to prevent that from happening. Because then, you know, the range of the turrets is much further out.
Right. The ammo is only legendary. We could up that as well, but I don't think that was the bottleneck.
I think the ammo, yeah, we could increase that. I mean, that's a pretty straightforward thing. We can just go to divine here and divine here. I mean, legendary ammo is already phenomenally awesome. So.
Oh yeah. It's probably one hitting the roids.
So we just have to send this to Navis. Just go to Navis, for Christ's sakes. It's going to do everything but go to Navis. It's like, I'm at Gleba. Oh, the next stop is Navis? No, the next stop is going to be Vulcanus. It's like, no. Go to Navis, goddammit.
Because of course.
Cat. You couldn't sleep on the bed for the whole stream, huh? You had to come out here.
Because of course.
Okay. Hammerhead, what are you doing? We need to send you to Novice. Because yeah, the egg or the trigger is less than 100,000. I should probably set this to less than, theoretically speaking. I mean, it's okay. Go ahead.
I think I know how that one shuttle got plumbed up with all the asteroids on there. It was probably the higher tier asteroids grabbing so many roids that when it put them on the belt, it overwhelmed it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's most likely because, yeah, the higher tier, the grabby hands, you can grab so much more stuff. Because they have to retract into the thing, and the retraction is what delivers them. So they're out picking up roids, and they might have 2 big handfuls of roids, and then they deliver them, and it's way over how many are actually needed. If you need 5, it might bring in 50, and it's like, oh, that's too many. And I don't have a way to void them from that particular thing. So
yeah, you'd almost have to rather than rigging the circuitry only to the grabby hands, you'd also have to do it to the inserters pulling out of there, which would be doable, but sounds like work.
yeah, some of my designs have a asteroid voider, but I try to limit how many I grab. Not like there are definitely some designs you could do that just grabs everything. It just regulates by voiding some, but all right, here we go. Heading to Novice.
Oh my goodness! You should highlight for the audience the difference between the 2 levels of turrets on the hyperbelt ship.
Oh, yeah, the range.
Yeah,
There's the range of a regular gun. That's divine, and then here's the range of a normal gun, divine. Or what is that? Legendary? Yeah.
legendary. Yep.
Legendary. It's a big difference. Which is why you can why I upgraded the hammerhead as fast as possible. Because yeah, much needed. Okay, so we are hopefully chewing through. Look at how much science pack. Crazy amount of science packs in here.
I have to exit out of here before my tick or my buffer gets too full. Even now, it's kind of creeping up there.
Waiting for it to recover. There must be. The Vulcanus is not running. Gleba is not running. Bulgora is not running. And Aquilo is not running. Okay, so why is my performance so bad?
Yeah, I was thinking a bit ago how it must be kind of frustrating for the Factorio devs because they'll like, hey, we've made some tweaks, so now we broke through this one limit, so now you can build bigger bases and more stuff. And then the next thing the next day they're like, hey, can we can we have this next thing is fixed so we can make even bigger bases?
It's never ending.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm back up to 60. So, something. It's weird. It's almost like
finished.
It's almost like none of the planets were running. The research had finished, but it's almost like I had a just like you in multiplayer. I had like a deficit of lag that I was trying to keep up with, and it was something slowed me down for some reason. Like another way to eke out maybe a little bit more performance is restrict the sprites that are being rendered on these belts even further, right? Because visually each stack shows four items when in fact there's 25, right? So there is a limit because you cannot render a stack of 25 sprites for each stack because, believe it or not, the engine is actually drawing 4 sprites for that stack. So there's 4 different sprites for those stacks. Well, there's a hard limit for the game, for the rendering engine. There's a hard limit of about 300,000 sprites rendered on frame at any given time. Okay? So what they were running into, the reason why that's limited to 4 is what they were running into is if it was more than 4, you would easily exceed that limit, and the engine was not happy with you. it would not render stuff properly or crash or something. I don't know what it does if you actually push it harder. If you actually do that, what I'm sure you could do that if you just had a giant mass of belts that are stacked. Right? They don't do anything. Sort of like what we have here, right? But you just have this zigzag belt going back and forth that's completely stacked. I'm sure you could hit that limit. 300,000, like fully zoomed out, 300,000, you'd probably be able to hit that with a stacked belt. My mod that is the stacks here limits the stacks as they appear in the hand of an inserter. Because that wasn't capped in the base game. So you could have a stack of, whatever in the hand of an inserter, which looked really weird. The mod that increased the stack size, you would have a stack and the inserter would be like 12, and there'd be just this this vertical column being moved at a time. It looked ridiculous. So yeah, it's one of those like, yeah, it just looks stupid. So I went in, and no matter what level you research, it's always going to be limited in the hand of the insert. So it's a little bit more efficient that way. The number of sprites that are being drawn. Okay, everything kind of calmed down a little bit. Let's trigger 1.5 billion research now. So
think I'm flirting with danger being down here.
I think we both are at this point. Like, this is a lot of, like, it's raining science over here constantly when we're researching. It's just constant. So, probably need to peek at space science here, just make sure that it's good to go. It's more or less good to go. We still have a huge amount sitting in storage. Kind of a good thing about having these dequalitizers is you have quite a lot of storage and backlog before it triggers again. So the time in between big crafts is, can be spaced out a little bit, which is nice. But yeah, when the science does get triggered, boy, whew.
Maybe when you're between projects, you should grab like a stack of the Aquilo science and then reverse factory them and just plant a few of the eggs on the ground. Oh, I suppose it'd take 15 hours for them to hatch.
Yeah.
Is there a way to accelerate that?
I don't
think so.
I don't think so. Not without a mod. So Gleba Science is running. Now what are you? Blue circuits. Oh, do we need to beef up our blue? Yeah. Let's go to Gleba. This hasn't been touched in so long. It doesn't even have stack inserters. There we go. And let's bump you up to 20,000. I already redid the LDS here. Let's bump you up as well. 6,000. Because when we when the rockets start launching, we go through a lot of that shit. A lot. Luckily, Gleba is one of the best planets because you just grow literally infinite amounts of rocket fuel and shit. It's so nice. If only we could export the plants to all the other planets and just even go to Vulcanus and just place down a bunch of the soil, right? The overgrowth soil. Place down a bunch of the overgrowth soil and then just have everything just grow everything you need to grow. You're literally growing your rocket fuel and shit. That would be
That's
cool.
actually a neat mod idea. Have not necessarily that easy. Have terraforming of the separate planets so that you could do that, or domes that hold them. Because Gleba is really neat in that respect.
Yeah, it's just infinite. You're just growing literally growing iron and copper. It's great. I mean, there is a mod that literally makes Novice have everything on it. So there's every biome, there's every type of enemy, right? It makes it so you don't have to leave novice at all. Everything is on novice that you need. I don't know how they handle Fulgora stuff and lightning. I don't know if they added the lightning storms to novice at all, which would be kind of weird, but I guess it's like incentivize
That would
you
be
to.
interesting to have all the enemy types attacking you at once.
Yeah, and I mean there's if you want a challenge, right, the latest Dosh episode kind of shows the craziness of somebody forked the rampant mod and updated it. It's called rampant fixed, and even Dosh, somebody as insane as Dosh, had to select some options to nerf the mod because he concluded it was impossible to play with the settings as the default. So he had to basically enable rails that were immune to biters, big power poles were immune to biters, and bots were immune to biters because he goes it's not possible to finish to launch a rocket with these options like this. He goes, it's not possible. And so other people have now picked that up, and I'm like, well, let's see what we can do here. Okay. Oh, there was another hit. That was another massive hit. Something just triggered. Let's see. How many of the science are we down to? Let's see what we have left here. I just want to make sure that we're not, going to have a bunch of eggs spawn. Even though I do have turrets here.
Yes, swarm resistant isn't swarm proof.
But yeah, he the episode that he covered, the rampant fixed, it's utterly insane. I don't know if multiplayer would make it easier or harder, but it was the constant and the constant attacks. But you also add on top of that the fact that stompers and strafers also attack. Those are also on novice. And so you're getting attacked. You could have a lot of defenses, and then a stomper comes in and just obliterates you. And it's like, then you have the elemental biters and stuff where it's like poison and whoever did that mod, right? Whoever updated that mod is a true masochist because they made sure that it was nearly just on the edge of impossible. Now, do I need... okay. So, I have stack inserters here and here and here and here. Okay. So I need to wire red on the input, green on the output. Okay. So red to input to red to red. We're going to read hand contents hold. And then the green we are going to set stack size to the stack size. So this little cheeky system here is if this thing is holding bacteria long enough and it turns into iron ore, right? It'll just sit and hold iron ore, right? It won't actually drop it. So this thing detects it because this is reading the hand contents. Well, it should be. Why does that not read hand contents? I thought for sure that I did that. Read hand contents. Read hand contents. Okay. Okay, so if this thing detects that any of these are holding iron ore, right? So the basic signal we're sending is 50. So stack size of 50. Which essentially means like don't override it at all. And then if there's iron ore detected, this thing sends out a signal that's minus 49, which sets stack size equal to 1, which should drop. It should immediately drop the iron ore away. So then we look at this and we're like, okay, we want to look at iron ore here, and instead of 5,000, maybe 10,000. No, this one is 5,000. I want this one to be 10,000. Okay, and then this less than 10,000. And then the sun is here. There we go. $475. Where is this? The sun is here. Not sure what this is supposed to manage. What is this getting signal from? The belt? Yeah. So this is detecting whether there's any on the belt. Okay. Crazy how fast this is. I don't even have this research. I don't even have this productivity like I do the copper. Like the iron is not. I have the copper at 150% productivity. Iron is not. And you want to see how fast we can get it to 150%. There we go. Now we're at 150%. Oh, I love it. Okay. So we need to think about, like, how do we get more gubbins on Aquilo? That was our main bottleneck for Aquilo Science, was the fluid. So the floral ketone productivity here, this is the hot stuff. So if we bump this to a max of 300, there we go. It looks like this quieted down, probably because of, yeah, iron ore. Okay. Iron ore filled up, so that's good. We're actually voiding seeds, believe it or not. We go to Aquilo here. So the main bottleneck currently is the fluid. So if we look at the floral ketone, this, we are currently researching to get this up to 300%. And then we have to worry about the cooling of the things. Because this is not productivity modulable. So if we just take this, and I don't know what good numbers be. Am I really out of... okay. I'm always out of heat pipe. It's just amazing how often that happens. I grab it 500 at a time. Every time I seem to go to Aquilo, I'm always out.
Because of course. Doesn't help that it only stacks to 50.
Yeah. And then
Something triggered my buffer skyrocketing again.
yeah, like one of the planets that's, I mean, other than science should be going, of course. But what I think triggers it, if we look at any of the planets, yeah, right now Vulcanus is running and launching. Gleba is not. Fulgora. Ooh, Fulgora is going to need some TLC. Big time. Big time. We need to craft. Yep, we're gonna need to craft blues on Fulgora.
Really? Wow.
We may, and I'm gonna try to resist it, but we may even need to cheese. But we're gonna try to resist cheese for the time being.
Well, we could exclude the blues from the voiding. That will help a little.
Well, they should only be voided unless it's like extremely high numbers of them. That's the only.
The one that's doing holmium. You void anything that's not holmium ore. In that list.
That side, yeah. I mean, we could technically add, yeah, we could add them to that.
Yup, I just had to say it.
So we have this. We could set this blue to negative 4 billion. I don't know what. Negative some number. No. Negative 279 million. I don't know how you got negative 1.4 billion.
Me neither. I think I just hit negative and then just held my finger on 9 for a while.
Okay, so that is that, and so we can paste that here. And just because we can, drain that out. Okay, so the trick here is going to be, how do we get the blues out of here? We go.
Oh, there's one way. On the left side of it, right next to the hyperloader for the holmium, put a loader there, and then go south. Go down below the green circuit chest.
Well, we don't really need a loader for these. This is just going to be blues. So we're going to just do blue circuits. Grab it from the side. Like so. Then you do that. But we're still going to need to make them. 100%. Yep. We're still going to need to make them. So the reds, where can we? I know we have sulfuric acid. We've got that up here, but this was not built. This was a renegade build, by the way. This was not built to be expandable. like every build that I've done is like, build it to expand it. That's the mantra. Build it to be able to expand it. But no, let's not do that.
Sounds like crazy talk.
I mean, you would think that after, 7 years of doing this, that it would be done in a way that could be expanded, but no. So what we're going to need are the blues, or Jesus, the greens and the reds. And I think that's it, other than sulfuric acid.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I think the best place to do this would probably be over here somewhere. And let's pull out some ginormous substation action here. And even go so far, put those away, is grab a divine version of this. These things, the range on these divine lightning attractors is insane. You don't need very many, but you would need some for gubbins, for things and stuff. But just make sure that we're not interfering with anything. So we're going to pull the reds out right here. We're going to pull the greens out right here. Okay. And we're not going to need many electromagnetic Duvalakis. Maybe even one is enough, believe it or not. Making blues. We're going to max. Yeah, see, productivity 300% is limit. That is a hard limit on the game. There's no way around it. With my productivity research mod, I've tried to bump, like, I don't know where that limit comes from, but that 300% is the limit. So where are you? I need to know where you are.
Just south of you a little bit.
Okay. Oh yeah. This is the divine lightning rod. It's such a monumentally large area that it's like all of the lightning. Yeah. It's just humorous. It's amazing as the accumulators on this planet are still like the lower tier.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we need sulfuric acid. I don't. If we. I don't know if I want to mess with that up there or just have a little separate thing down here for this.
Yeah.
Because it's a relatively simple, like, heavy oil crack, but it is going to need water, which we have quite a lot of nowadays. We're actually voiding it, believe it or not. So I think we have plenty of water, and we could like, this is still all like epic tier shit in here. We could absolutely max this out.
Right.
So let's see. How do we want to deliver the blues? No matter where we go, we're going to hit a process of belt threading, which, you know, except for right here. This is actually perfect. Sneak it right in here. And then just wire it up. When blue circuits is less than, let's say, 5,000. There's actually 19,000 in there somehow. I don't know how, but
I made a delivery, but I only delivered 11,000. So it's produced 8,000 since I did that.
sweet. Why are
So
we?
actually, we might not have an issue, but do it anyway, I guess. Or we should do it anyway.
Oh, yeah. My RS latch was not targeting the right tier of of science pack. So, all right, that should eliminate. Yeah, see now they stopped delivering new scrap to do. Okay, so we can deliver this. We can deliver this. You. Okay, so now what do we do? Because we have some room over here, we could, just do a little cracking setup over here if we wanted to. Getting iron wouldn't that be that hard? There's a little spot we can pull it out from the bottom here. And actually, we don't need that to be a stacked belt of iron, because that would be many thousands. So if we just have basically this with some sulfuric acid here. There. And then water we can pull. We can borrow some water. And then sulfur here. Oh, go there, 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 there. Oh. Do that. I was like, why? Okay, there it is. And then the... Oh, man. Of course, this is gonna be a pain. Because the next step also needs water, and it's going to give us our output, but it's going to need water. So, how do we output and input at the same time? I guess we're going to have to bend it down to here. There's your water. There's your light oil. Okay, and then we have another level. There's your water. Heavy oil now. Boink. That can just be anywhere. And then okay. And then we want not stacked Duvalakis here.
Should I link up the last part of it, or, well, technically first part with water? The heavy to light oil cracking?
Yep, we gotta get that going. There we go. And now we're making
Jeez.
A lot. Many, many. And now it'll back up, and there's your limit. Because essentially what we've been doing is we've been taking our excess reds, converting them and into greens. Well, now we're going to take a bunch of greens and reds and convert them into blues when we need them. Okay, look. It'd be kind of nerve-wracking. Look at all the like craziness. Oh.
And now that we did this, we might expose ourselves to a different bottleneck. You know, if the reds and greens are producing something that we'll need. I doubt it, but...
Yeah, I mean, in the end, if the one material that we cannot make on this planet at all is plastic. So, worst comes to worst, we would import plastic to make reds. That would then make blues. Greens, I'm fairly sure we could make in unbelievable abundance with the copper and the iron that we could make. Because we have 878,000 steel that we could make into many, many, many iron. Grind that down. And then copper is limitless. Like, we have so much copper.
I'll be back in a bit.
So, yeah. Okay, so where are we at research-wise? Yeah, it would be nice. Well, yeah, that's another thing I haven't done yet. I haven't upgraded my... I was holding off upgrading the mech that I've got. So, let's go back here. I need to empty my inventory before I do this because reasons. Moink. Let's turn off personal logistics because reasons. Okay. And then I need to remove all the gubbins out of here. Again, one last time. Got all this ready to go. So I'll take this out. Now, there it is. Okay. Now, all the little gubbins that I have to upgrade, I can put those away. Each one of these is 625 robots. I don't... 625 robots per roboport. That's freaking crazy. So let's go to... I'm going to leave this stuff here for a second. Let's go to the grinder. Walk really slowly over to the legs. I don't need many legs. Like four legs. Because these are 750% movement speed. So, yeah, that's good to go there. The shields, again, let's get a couple of those. These... Now, we have the fusions unlocked, I believe. Where would those be? There they are. Those are built on... Those are going to be built on Aquilo. So these are 18... Those are 18 megawatts. Almost 19 megawatts apiece. That's pretty damn good. There's 4 legs. 2 of those. Get this thing back. You know, why not do that? And then that. And then that. Personal battery. I love these personal batteries. It's just like, okay. Look at the size of the grid, though. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. This is 4 legs. This is 4 legs, guys. This might be too fast. This might be too fast. No legs? 4 legs. Yeah, this might... What does 1 leg feel like? 1 leg is not bad. Especially on concrete. Like, you're able to go pretty fast. 4 might be... that's like the Flash level shenanigans there. Like that's really fast. It would be really hard to hit. Like the thing is, like, the hitting the teleporter. Like, you just can't. You can barely hit the teleporter with that. Okay, now I think I have where this. There they are. So yeah, that might be a little too fast. So storage is many. Good to go. Now I can go pick up my stuff. Aura, grab my stuff, turn on logistics, and away we go. Now, let's see how we're faring. 1.8 billion. Again, remember, this is 120-second cycle time on this research. So the actual research number needs to be doubled if you want to like a more accurate science per minute. Because we would have to double the setups that we have here in order to get... Oh. We have some that are derpy again. All right. That should have gotten that all up and running. Yeah, this can go. Yeah, you can see it's like it actually used some of those. There we go. So, science per minute. That raised us up a little bit. 244. We're gonna hit 245 here. We're right on the edge of 250 million. Which again, when we research one that's 60-second cycle, that's my standard. This is the only research that's not full blast 60-second cycles. So it throws off your numbers if you're researching all the lower tier stuff and you're like, ooh, look at the science per minute, and then you research this one and your science per minute gets cut in half. You're like, what? Like, why is that? It's because the cycle time is so much slower. So there we go. We leveled off 245 million science. So that is about what? 490 million science per minute if we were running the proper cycle. Yeah, and that hit our performance quite hard. Looks like the Hammerhead delivered another batch, which we're finally processing the rest of. There we go. We just used the last. We just processed the last of it, so that's good. We got a lot of science. I did remove a bunch of productivity out of here, so hopefully next time it doesn't go too crazy. Because seeing this in action, harvesting promethium is a sight to behold. With these in the front, these things, it just gobbles up so much promethium. It's unbelievable. And now that it's divine, the range of these, like, you can cruise through the promethium. Like, you can go pretty fast, which is glorious. All right, this is going to pick up some more. Blues, it's getting kind of low. What's our... Yeah, Aquilo shuttle is going to grab some more. You can see that, like, they barely spawn in when they get attacked. So Aquilo should be launching many. Yeah, I might have to upgrade the belts here because they're not fast enough. We are losing huge amount of delivery performance with the few that are running. So let's upgrade Or at least start upgrading what we can. All right, where's the hyper logistics at? What are you doing and what are you waiting for? You need a repair pack. Seriously? How about we request that? So that means you got some damage. Where did you pick up damage? Well, I don't see a D. I don't see a D value there, so maybe that was this thing? All right, there's 79. We sustained that actually pretty good, although Aquilo Science is lagging behind quite a bit. So I might have to bump this 600 to 1,000. So that's 1,000,000 science. Now we have to deal with okay, you're going to Aquilo to pick up some more science. Excellent. Let's check our chests. Excellent. So one more bank of these somewhere would get us there, but I think we'd probably want to share this side of the belt and this side of the belt, right? These are two different belts, but if we share each of these, if we bring down, let's say we bring this side down here, right? It might be too much for this belt to handle by a slim margin. But if we share each side, we might be able to hit it without any major shenanigans. So yeah, let's see. If we do another batch, okay, we want to give it a little bit of space. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And then we want divine. And then we want uber belt. We need that signal brought down. We can remove that. Okay. We can remove all of those and those. We still have some gubbins left. Looks like we are short roughly 200 productivity science. And I might just manually move some of these over. I might have, yeah, see, this is literally removing like one egg at a time. So let's just grab some and just pop them over here. Because of the inherent productivity of the electromagnetic science bank, or the electromagnetic plant, we're getting productivity anyway. So that 200 is going to actually make quite a bit more. Yeah. That 200 made significantly more than what we needed. Okay, so here is where this is going to need to be a little bit, we need to be a little bit careful with this, right? Because these are going to be coming over here. Okay. Because remember, we want to merge two of these in together. So we got to route these around. It's going to be awkward, but whatever. It is what it is. Gonna do no. What am I doing? This is no. This is not gonna work. Don't know if there's an easy way to do this. Let's dial it back a little bit. Just remember, this side here, guys, has to come in there, right? And then this side, right, has to come in here. And then this is the supply. Either that, or I have these three down here as these three up here, and I route them down and in. That way, this one here, the bottom one, is basically the bottom down here, and that is... That might be the better way to go. It's a little bit janky, but I think that's how we're gonna be. That's what we have to do to hit the number that we're going for here. Either that, or we just YOLO it and like not worry about it. Because, yeah, if we want to hit these, this is essentially really going the wrong way. There. Right, and then white, and then blue. But these have to be brought in. So this can come down. This will have to be in, down, down, like that. And then that goes there. That goes there. Like that. That's 3 of them. We just have like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more to go. Okay. So if we do bottom up from that, and then bottom up from that, that means the blues and the blues here have to meet somewhere for this spot right there. Okay, so basically trying to avoid, so blue, electro, military, orange, egg, yellow. And then if we do this, okay. So blue, electro, military, metallurgic, ag, and yellow. And this is strictly because I don't think any one side can handle one more bank, but both combined, I think you could distribute it and have it work. Right? You lessen the load on any one side and you share it. Getting these over to here, that might be a trick. Okay. I think that's good. Now green. Now we got through the 3 left. And I think we should be able to sneak those in here somewhere. So like green. What is that? Green, red, and purple. Green, red, purple. Take that away. As long as this purple, top belt, this purple matches up with this purple. Excellent. All right, that is those combined. We can get rid of that belt. I think this is going to be where it ends. So let's get it populated. We can get rid of those. And again, let's actually favor this side because we have a lot of lower tier stuff on this side that we can trim off the front end.
Back finally. Took way more than I anticipated. You don't need to worry about pausing it. I'll catch up eventually.
Of course we have. We should. Any more? Jesus, how much more is on this damn belt? Oh, it's just...
Filtering out more of the various qualities.
Yeah, well, we're not quite hitting the number, so I needed another bank.
Yeah.
So this bank shares the load. It combines both sides, because I don't think any one side could meet, like, satisfy. I think the belt would be too much. So
yeah.
this is essentially to bridge both sides and share the load. Because if I trigger a research, now that we've got everything supplied here, we need... Let's have the hammerhead. How much? Yeah, we have 11, almost 12 million in here. So let's trigger that. It should not request more eggs, or it should not launch more eggs, because there's science in there. We need to check the egg launcher. So it is, yeah. Ooh, that was a close one. This one here was the one that I needed to trigger, because this would have, because it was detecting, hey, we don't have any mythic science in there, and it's like, yeah. So this system does not launch any eggs if none are needed. Even though they're requested, it still doesn't launch them. Okay. All the sciences. Oh, I think the hammerhead already arrived. Yep. Already arrived and launched. About 900,000. Which is a lot of science. So much science. Letting it calm down here a little bit. Get all these things backfilled. And unfortunately, we don't have a research that uses all science packs. That is a 60-second research. So we just kind of have to make do with, like, one of these railgun. I could do, like, rocket part productivity. I mean, that's a very little amount of science packs, but yeah, that's why I was tempted to add a research. Just a simple research. I was actually looking a little while ago. I was looking on the mod hub just to see if there was something out there. You know, just an end game research that every version just was like a 1% gain on something, and it was just, you could just research crazy high values of it. Right? I need a research that's 60-second cycle, but all of the science packs. That's what I need. Because these 3.4 million, like the foundation here, you can see foundation productivity. But if we actually go to Aquilo and find the little place that I'm making those, I can't even remember where I put those. There they are. You can see productivity 300% equals limit. Doesn't matter how many levels you research, it's capped at 300%. There's no point in going higher than that. I don't know how to change that. But let's trigger this again. Now, if we hit 250 million, then we can hit 500 million. Just want to make sure all of these are running. Yep, these are all running. These are all running. We just got to watch the chests. Just if the chests back up, it'll just stop feeding, which I think we're more or less in the clear here. These are the ones that would if it does, but I think it's good to go. Maybe. So you can see we're topping out 168 million, right? Or 268 million. Quality plus plus. The quality mod that we're running is mine. It's called Mythic Quality. It's one of the many Mythic qualities. But look for the one that's done by Buggy, and that's the one we're using. It's the Mythic Quality, but it also adds this Divine tier, which is what allows you to do these kinds of numbers. Without it, you wouldn't be able to hit these numbers. So 267 million science per minute. Double that, we're over 500 million actual science per minute. Now, the trick is, can it be sustained, right? The amount of science that we're needing is pretty extreme. So we're going to bump up all of our requests for planetary science. We're going to bump these up to 1,000 stacks. And Aquilo Science, we're going to double itself. Because Aquilo Science, when we need to actually address Aquilo Science. So be prepared for no frames and maybe getting kicked out, because once the planets start making this science, it's going to be go time. So ag science is good to go. Yeah.
Oh, there goes my frame rate. So UPS is probably right behind it.
I'm still sticking pretty good. Oh, there it goes. Yep, I'm right behind you. So I'm guessing one of the planets just triggered.
Yeah,
Volgora just triggered. Vulcan is triggered. Yeah, all of the planets. Blue circuits on Vulcanus. Let's see, what are we looking at here? We have plenty of blues. I think we might need more bots. Yeah, I think we need more bots.
One sec, I'm gonna take my headset off.
Let me go grab some bots. Seven 76. Excuse me? How were these getting blues before? Weird. Okay.
Wow, going through the I suppose for the bots. I was wondering why you were beefing up that system.
Beef.
Yes, all the beef. Oh. Yeah, it's sad when an inserter is slowing things down.
And we gotta go to Vulcanus. Let's give you a bunch of bots.
Red science is dipping down, but it's also coming in at the same time, so no worries.
God, all of this stuff is still unupgraded. So crazy. How long we've gotten away with.
Yeah.
Okay, we have plenty of blues. Not worried about that. I actually had to take out to get to this calcite right here. I had to take out another thing, which is why I've got the sweet railgun gun on me with some divine ammo.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, a divine railgun plus divine ammo. This stuff does over 2 million damage. One of these things. Like, you can take out some pretty big dudes with this thing.
And the mountain standing behind it.
Yeah, like it would be a lot of damage. I mean, these guys are still like mediums, but you can just pop these like balloons. It's pretty crazy. And then the area, you can see the giant square, right? The uncovered square that we have here is literally a single divine radar dish.
Oh, jeez.
This whole area, from this corner all the way down to this corner, that's uncovered, right? This area here is one divine radar dish. It is a huge area. Ooh, there's a big one. Let's go over here. Up. Did you try to put divine legs on your divine?
Oh,
So
I have not.
So I have one divine leg on me, but I've got a few more. So here's what 4 divine legs. Whee! I mean, you can't even see. Whee! It's so fast. You can't even. It's just way too fast. And then the grid for the divine thing is just like. Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
So yeah, one leg is more than plenty for me, unless I'm like trying to like go back in time. Okay, and let's see. Oh, the research finished. Of course it did. So if we trigger, let's go back to home base here. Come on. There it is. Research. Yeah, when it comes to the planetary science, like all the Nava science, like these should have no problem keeping up. but it, once it dips below the threshold and the science starts, it takes a couple seconds for it to actually saturate the belt, but it should pretty easily keep up. Okay, so if we do a science that's not 120-second cycle, this is going to push the system as the hardest it's ever going to get pushed. We're still net gaining on the stacks on blue science, right? So blue and electro science, really where the rubber hits the road here. But this, we should get to 500 million. If we look at production and we do a search for science, 538 million science per minute. So that's the goal. We hit the goal, everybody. Sustaining that is another matter entirely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're doing pretty good. The biggest issues are like the biggest bottleneck in a situation like this is going to be launching the science on the other planet. That's the biggest issue. How fast can you launch the science? Because if we look at this here, you can still see the number, the storage. That number is going up. So even though we have two belts coming out, the two belts going in, that supply, it's enough. So if we had a ship that was constantly unloading, you would be able to hit those numbers no problem. So there we go, 538 million science per minute. Now if we do the actual this science, of course, 120 seconds, the number is going to be cut in half. But what's funny is every research of this, you get 10% more productivity out of your labs. So it's like, and now productivity is 1700%. So going to 1710% doesn't really move the needle all that much. Like it really doesn't have that big of a difference. It's 10%, and at the levels that we're at now, I mean 10% is, what would that be at 200 and what would that be, 250 something million? If we look at production again, science, 269 million. Nice. So 10% of that is another 26 million. I mean, that's not bad, but I don't think it's 26 million. It's not. It's not 26 million. It's not 10% of what we're doing now. That's where it gets you. It's 1700% to 1710%. It's a tiny increment above where we're at. So we're actually, I don't even know what our baseline would be. This is the deceptive thing about the productivity for science productivity. It's not 10% of what you're doing. It's 10% of your base. And I ran into that same issue as when I played EU5. I'm waiting. I still want to play that game, but I'm waiting for the next big patch. The next big patch is going to completely overhaul the game. So they're changing a massive amount of stuff. But the percentage of the modifiers in that game are from base. They're not on, like, they're not cumulative. Most of them aren't anyway. I mean, we're able to sustain this pretty easily though. Like I could have this running constantly for quite some time before it becomes a problem. How's the hammerhead doing? We still have 10 million science on the hammerhead. I should probably remove some of this productivity out of here. This is just, it's insane how much science you get out of this when you have max productivity all the way down. It's just not good. And I think this is maxed out yet. But we could get a little bit, eke a little bit more out of this. Nope, yeah, we can't really do anything there. If we drop all of these stacks, it would all be literally dropped on Volcora, because that's where we're above. I did switch all the ammo over to Divine, so I don't know what those are doing here. Okay. Oh, some planet just turned on. You can always tell. Yep, Vulcanus is launching. Okay, what about these are not... Didn't I drop a crap load of bots on Vulcanus? Why is that still not enough? Is it... Yeah, not even all the logistics boxes are being used. So it's not a... What I could possibly do is belt them over and have, you know, the rocket fuel, the LDS, and the blue circuits like closer to the silos. That way the bots don't have to move as far. That would probably help. Let's look at Fulgora as well. How many bots does folklore have?
Okay, that's one thing that's kind of weird here. The bottom chest is requesting all 3.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. If I just misclicked something, or if there was a weird blueprint error. Like I'm not 100% sure.
Weird, yeah. Yeah, and I see it's not consistent too. It's like somebody was doing like a shift right click or shift left click and then copy pasted a recipe.
That
Request.
that could easily be as well. Let's blame Renegade.
The inserters also have a filter set.
I'm gonna blame Renegade.
Sounds legit.
Okay, so the Aquilo shuttle. Yeah, we need to redo Aquilo. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to go bot based. I think that's what we're just gonna have to do. So let's grab a metric ton of logistics bots.
Is there enough space where you could just have a buffer chest for each of them?
The problem with Aquilo is the freaking the heat.
Yeah.
Like, it's easy to have ideas like that, and I worked on it for a while trying to figure out like the best way to do it. What I think we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to do buffer like storehouses in the mix of all the silos, right? You have buffer storehouses that bots can grab locally. And so, you know, the bots to go from way over here to way up here and stuff like that, I think having like doing that, I think is going to be beneficial. Come on, bots. You can deliver more than that. Thank you. Okay. We need to go to Aquilo. Because Aquilo is like, it's a unique challenge because of just how crazy this stuff is. So we're going to turn off the delivery for a second. Let the whatever rockets go. Rocket fuel is actually... Ooh, yeah. Okay, rocket fuel. What are we doing here? We are low on ammonia. Where is that coming from? It's coming from over here. This is bad. Why is this limited to how many freaking solid fuel we... What? That seems... What? Wait. What was that for? Okay, let's put a bunch more bots in here. I'm letting this drain out. At least the belts, so I don't... When I pick up the belts, it's not going to be like, oh, here's 6 million of what you just tried to put in there. Amazingly, rocket fuel is where we're short. Oh, that's not good. This is not good.
Would be as easy as just upgrading these to Divine Tier, the chem plants?
It's really no, it's not the bottleneck. Ammonia is the bottleneck. So I think what we're gonna have to do is possibly separate the ammonia for rocket science or rocket fuel. Rocket science, Jesus. Because it literally used the very last of the solid fuel on here. It literally ran out of solid fuel, which is not good. So I think we're gonna break that. We are going to go over here and say, okay, let's get some of this. We're going to go here. We need give me a there it is. Oh yeah, and I need that to be a super awesome glorious one. And we're just gonna void we're gonna void the ice out of here. Like there's no reason.
Yeah, you've got enough collecting those for that.
Okay, and then we do a efficiency, couple speed, and can you bring some productivity?
Sure, I'll
Max
try.
these out.
Productivity for the ammonia ones, I take it?
Ammonia and rocket fuel.
Okay. Wow. 600's its limit. Oh, okay, so yeah, fill it up completely.
Where's the...
Okay, so 3. For the rocket fuel, 3. 50.
Okay. This is limited to 40k. We went through 40k. We had 40k rocket fuel in here, and we went through it all. It tells you like what, like the scale of what we're doing here. It's crazy. When when the supply cracks start showing, yeah, see, we're out of Aquila Science because we took so long to, and this is still sitting here. What are you waiting for? Satisfaction 1.5 million. Let's send you to Novice. Just go to Novice while we solve this shit here. Okay, what happened? Yeah, so I stopped delivering. So we come in here and we're going to refactor this because we are going to change all of these to be bot deliverable. So we've got to figure out with the storehouse, because I've got a bunch of buffer storehouses here. If we put various ones in here, I don't know, is it, where would it be best for these to go? Because they would fit in between the two silos. So if we just take these inserters off for now. So the problem is, even with upgraded belt, they're just not fast. The inserters just drain them completely. So yeah, we need to remove all of the inserters from the center here. So let's get this and get inserter of inequality in this, and then go right down. No, right down the middle. Okay, and then we have to decide how we want to distribute the, if we do right in the middle, that means like remove these and these. We could take and put this like here, because the storage does not need to be heated. Take this, move it up here, in here. Can you go through all of these silos and check the box that's automatic requests from, you can just do one and copy and paste it. You just got to be careful you don't obviously drag, click, copy and paste and then drag over a freaking inserter or something.
Yeah, I'm individually clicking just to make sure.
So if we do this, now this can hold 11,000 stacks. We don't really want 11,000 stacks. Each one of these can hold, or can launch 5 stacks. And if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these in the middle here, that would be, we're going to be launching, let's say, 1 million of these at a time. We're going to want at least 200,000 in each one of these storages. So enable when everything is less than, let's say, 250,000. Good night. 250K, not J. And then we can remove some of these undergrounds, because these, I don't know. Oh, wow. Those can actually reach the whole way. One underground to go through the whole line. Okay. So basically we want to mirror that, and we can remove the undergrounds from these. The less we heat, the better. So this whole thing here. Those are going the wrong way. Okay, so that comes all the way into here. That. There. And then now we want to copy this. Oh, of course, that stupid substations. Paste it there. How is the substation in the way here, but not anywhere else? Did I really back that up? I did. And then these can go away. Back all the way out. Make sure that still connects. There we go. All right. Now, what sucks is they are going to try to use these silos down here. 100%. They're going to try to launch them from down here. There's really nothing we can do about that. There's no way to blacklist, like, hey, these silos I want to automatically deliver, but I don't want to automatically deliver everything. I want to blacklist the science specs. There's no way to do that, unfortunately. And then what we need to do is take and try to squeeze near the heated area and put some roboports around. Okay. And then do a request for logistics bots. And have that be 50. Right? Then paste, paste, paste. That way, there's bots near all of these all the time. Right? And we can even drop some more bots just to make sure there's enough bots in the system here. Okay. So now, I'm guessing Aquilo shuttle is in orbit. Yeah. It's sitting here going, but. Gimme. So let's redistribute. Now we're launching more rockets.
I regret everything.
I
have to flee the planet.
Yeah, this is pretty intense.
I also have to turn off my divine legs.
He's got legs. Right. So once these are full, I mean, they're actually got quite a bit in them now, but like you can see the swarm of bots. This is why I was like, I was trying to avoid this on this planet. I really, really was. I wanted them to be ready to launch all the time, but there was really, I mean, I tried for a couple hours to figure out a way to do the same thing I do on, like, if you look at Vulcanus, this distribution system here, this works rather well, especially if you upgrade the belts. Like these turbo belts are good, but they're, you know, you could always make them better. But this simple like 1 to 5 balancer here, this is actually technically a 2 to 5 balancer. I just added a splitter on it because I wanted a 1 to 5. So this like 2 to 5 balancer here is great and all, but making that compatible with Aquilo, you have to make it look, and I have a template, you have to make it look like something like this, right? This is what it looks like, because you need heat in there. You need to you need to heat up the components. So there's really no easy way to do it other than blow it up like this. And then I ran into a problem where it was like I didn't have enough space in here, because every one of these banks I would have needed 10 of these, not to mention the heat in the inside of here to distribute to all of the silos. So it just wasn't. I tried to do it on the side here, just like all the other ones, loading it from the side and then loading it down the line. I mean, I'm sure there could be some design that does that. I just was like, I can't deal with that. It's still launching. Yeah, it wants 2 million. Yeah, that's 20 launches, by the way. I'm kind of glad that I maxed out rocket part productivity. I mean, I didn't max it out. Looks like 300% is not the max. But I probably should like research more levels of that, because wow, are we going to chew through the things and the stuff. I mean, I know we've got it cheesed on this planet, but holy Moses, is it going to chew through a lot.
Yeah, if you don't raise it, it's going to inevitably be your another bottleneck. Not necessarily the next one, but it'll happen.
And granted, the silos aren't maxed, the modules aren't maxed. Like, there's a lot of wiggle room that you could do. You could max these out with crazy high levels of productivity modules, and you would easily go pretty crazy with that. All right. Still grinding through a huge amount of these. Several million still sitting here. Okay. All right, Aquilo is reset. Looks like we've reset the rocket fuel again. That's glorious. Now, I probably fundamentally broke this because I really ravaged this out. But, yeah. This is gated behind... If ammonia is less than 500, I probably want to do if ammonia is less than 5,000. Blues are flowing again, although we are... The belt's completely drained, so yeah, it's gonna use all of that. Let's grab those. Ooh, I'm not going to be able to grab. I'm not going to be able to grab those turrets that are in there. Look how fast that's moving. Yeah. Science is going back up again. I mean, there are mods out there that literally allow for near infinite quality levels. But you saw the shenanigans just like with all the chests and stuff that we had to deal with here. Imagine having to do that many times. Like that would just be so yeah, I didn't want to deal with infinite quality levels. So the divine quality level is a 25. It's a 25 multiplier. So it you know, we researched it last stream, so it was a billion science to research it. But once you got it, and you converted your base over to it, then it was glorious. Rather than researching periodically just to add another like one multiplier for everything. It's just, that would be stupid. Stupid and annoying, and I didn't want to do that. We're still draining the science. Are we all the way to the end? We are. So that should... Yep, back up. Now we should be... Yep, okay. That was right when it started, when I looked at it. It started back. But the ship should have... Yeah. Wow, it's already at Aquila. This ship moves real fast. Real fast. So one of the reasons why I would love to see the Hammerhead do its thing. You can see Aquila is not 100% sure how the game actually is so good at so good at this. But you can see him come down here now. It's annoying. But I could have, you know, I could bring a branch down and have them sitting here, and then we get another 20, you know, another 20 launches. But I'll look at the Aquila shuttle here and take a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
I like how even for how far he's zoomed out, the missiles are shooting stuff that are off screen. I wonder if it's actually getting to the point where It shoots them before they spawn in. Or before they're within render distance, whatever you want to call it. Oh, but I timed out.
All right. We're still ingesting science. It's crazy. Like the bottleneck for science is literally the launching of it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The fact that we could easily double the number of silos to get it faster. Because this ship, believe it or not, can input 1,800 rockets at a time. So easily be able to ingest another 100 rockets with worth of science. Oh. 272 million. And so you'll be able to see 272, 171. So 272, 171 is how many science we're doing now. And then once we hit another 10%, you'll see like what little increment it goes up. It's not going to be much. Might go to like 280, 281, 282, something like that. Like it's don't get me wrong, it's productivity. It's more things for nothing. So it's still good, but I mean it costs 2.7 or 3.7 billion science just to get it. I've researched this, by the way, all the way up to level 100. That's where I kind of ended my last my private version of this world is level 100. And that last level, just 99 to 100, was like 80 billion. That was a lot of science that just launched. All right, so there's another 10%. Go to novice here, see how much we have left. Good. 1.4 million. Oh, we got the hammerhead delivered a bunch of science. Yep. So far, so good. So now we went up to, remember, we were 272, 171. So you can see it increasing there. But it's going to take a while to average out, so you want to look at your production here. So we're at 273, and we're still increasing here. So if we look at the 5-second mark, you can see it is not 273,667. So we went from 272,171 to 273,667 science per minute. So the 10% was maybe a million. It was like a million, maybe 1,200,000, something like that. I'd have to do the math, and I don't want to. So it's like, 273,667. Yeah. So, yeah, it's not. Each 10% amount is not. It's not a big amount at this point. It was in the early days, from level 1 to 50, it really makes a difference. But after that, it's very, very tiny increments compared to how much science it costs, right? Now this one is going to be 4.4 billion, and the next one's going to be 5.3 billion, and the one after that's going to be 6.4 billion. So it's like each one of those is only giving you 10%. And it's the same amount, by the way. Yeah, every level, every 10%, it's the same amount that goes up. It's not 10% of what you're doing, right? So it's not a cumulative 10%. It is 10% flat on the base. And so as you research, I've actually watched it, where every level you go up, it goes up the same amount. It just stair steps it. If you really want to go up a lot, you put in more labs with more productivity modules. But we're already maxed out completely on that. There's no room for more. So the science per minute, you might be thinking, oh, well, you're not at 500 million. Well, you double this number. And again, people who are just tuning in, you double this number, and that is how much actual science per minute you get. Because this research, for whatever reason, is a 2-minute cycle. Right? So science per minute, well, if the science was 1 minute, 60 seconds, then you would have an accurate science per minute. But for some unknown reason, this particular research, out of every one of them in the game, this one is a 2-minute cycle. So your science per minute value is cut in half. So what I'm actually doing with the 273, right? Double that number. Right? 546, 547. So we're at 547 million science per minute right now. If we were to do a 60-second cycle research, which, there's none of those that actually use all of the science packs, unfortunately. And I did want to look for one or make one myself. I really wasn't sure what to do. I was tempted to do a productivity research for the Promethium for one of these steps in here. I was tempted. Maybe this craft, efficient Promethium casting. I could do a productivity, but this has a secondary output, probably not ideal. Yeah, probably not ideal. So maybe this one would have been the better one to have the productivity. I didn't allow productivity in any of these steps for the Promethium research. Right? So, Promethium processing FG is my version of that. And so I disallowed productivity in the crafts themselves, but I think there's a way to do a productivity research without actually needing to allow it in the craft. I think. Because if we look, if memory serves, no, that's not right. What was it? Was it yeah, it was scrap recycling was the litmus test for that. And Fulgora is in a bad way. Fulgora and blue circuits. Why? Oh my god, we're out of greens. Well, that didn't take long. That was literally like an hour. And we just ran out of 370,000 green circuits. That's kind of amazing. That's kind of amazing. So, we have quite a lot of reds. So what we need to do, we need to grab iron. let's do a thing here. We're gonna grab. No, we're not gonna be able to do that. I think we're gonna officially have to do that, and then the copper. We're gonna pull
May
this.
as well take the copper cable.
I mean, we could. That does. Well, we don't get productivity if we go copper.
Well, true, but the way you're getting copper mostly is by reverse factoring the cable.
Right. But if we put if we max productivity out copper to copper cable, again, you could cheat. I mean, you could 100% cheese. But if we take the copper and make copper cable, we'd be able to apply productivity to it. I don't know. Now I'm at an impasse. I don't know what to do. So if we take copper cable and we say, okay, let's grab this and say you are going to be greens, and we put one of these in. Oh, and I need more productivity modules. You okay. All right, let's go grab some productivity. Oh, productivity module. Right. Do we have anything to drop off? We always have something to drop off. Oh, not that. Damn it. Productivity 300% is the limit. Unfortunately. Why are you? Ah.
By the way, I had gotten booted a while ago, so just let me know if you need me again.
Got booted.
Yeah. Got the boot.
Right. Staying pretty steady. 273, 667. There it is. I mean, if you can do a 4.5 billion research without dipping down once, that's a pretty good win. Okay, metallurgic science. Okay, it's launching. Let's look at Vulcanus here. What do we... Is this another case of LDS fatigue here? Yeah, so... There it is. Vulcanus.
Yeah, it's weird because it's only some rows. Maybe if you just copy paste that.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Rockets.
I'm gonna increase the demand here. I'm gonna copy the actual chests. Increase those buffers. Get ready for the next launch. Alright, now, do we have that? Go to Fulgora, see if we have that same issue. There's... Woo! I love these divine ones. They're just so funny. Yeah, we kind of had the same issue here. Oh, speak of the devil. Oh. Like the hammerhead just dropped some off. So the next one would be 274, 270, maybe 275, 2? 275, 1, 2, 3, somewhere in there. We let it go for a minute. We could look at production. Let's go to novice. That'll give us better. Whee. That's a lot of lightning.
Lightning never strikes twice. It strikes 1,000 times.
Yeah, it's striking quite a lot. We're seeing what the average goes up to. There's 275. $275, 163. Okay. So if we actually look at their consumption, right? If we look at the divine numbers here, you can actually see how many you're consuming, right? 144,000 a minute of actual science consumption. Of all of them, which makes sense, obviously. So then you look at your production here of, like, what are we actually making? I know we're right now making purples. So we're actually making more purple than we are consuming, which is the whole point. Crazy how much military science we're making. Like, that is a crazy amount. But again, the gist is, like, yeah, the same bank is used for all of these. The thing slowing down the purple is the rails. And there's just, like, I have right now a crazy inserter moving rails, but it's still not able to keep up. Like, you have to do some crazy shenanigans to get enough rail moving. And I wanted it to be basically mirrored across the whole board. So yeah, all the science grinders are all essentially the same. So green is about to trigger. I can't remember I think it triggers at 50k now. Pretty sure it's 50k. Let's see. Here. 50k. So the moment that triggers, right, it's going to take, 10, 20 seconds for it to filter down and actually start to saturate. So we'll see what happens when green triggers here. Got down to about 20. So it triggered at 50 and we got down to about 22, 23 before it started filling again. Crazy, like, delicate balance there. And it doesn't shut off until, I mean, it just shuts off at 50. So from 50 all the way up to whatever it hits, it's just the backlog, which can be quite high. It looks like purple is not quite saturating the belt, but again, that's down to rail. And I could maybe add another one of these, maybe. I mean, I could do a belt, do a loader strictly for rail, but I couldn't go up and do that. This is why I didn't include it, because I can't go up into this one. I would have to redesign. Wouldn't be much. Like, I could redesign it, but it doesn't really hurt anything. As long as this slowly fills, which it is, just fine. there's a lot in here that has to get drained out. There's a crazy backlog. The other one we want to check, we haven't touched in a long, long time, is space science. Space science looks like it's pretty healthy. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on space science. It's a good design. Hammerhead dropped off another batch. It's about to trigger again. And you would definitely, even with 2 million, even with a 2 million bank, at novice, it would still run out if you with this level of science production or consumption. It would not be able to go all the way out to get to Promethium and then all the way back before you ran out, because it just takes a while. Granted, at the divine tier, it can move a lot faster, but it's still limited to how much Promethium is actually out there to pick up. Green is still going, by the way. It's still good old productivity module. Or productivity. I mean, 5.3 billion research, and it's going to take 20 minutes. That's pretty damn good. Now, you could double the number of labs. If you wanted this research for your science per minute, you would basically have to double the labs that we have here. But of course, researching one of the lesser researches, you would be using 1 billion science per minute, which you would not be able to support on 2 belts. Unless those belts stacked to... Unless you had the stack size set to like 100. I think Oz even recommended like seeing what that's like. Like a stack of 100. We can try that. A stack of 100 would mean each belt has 800 research on it. Each individual belt. That's a lot of research. So we're at, since 275, right? Now we're at 500, 275 and 275, which is 550 million. So we're at technically 550 million science right now. I'll queue up one of these crazy lesser ones. I need to queue up a few of these, otherwise they're not gonna. It would not take long enough. Once one of these lesser ones triggers, these are a 60-second cycle, right? This is a 120-second cycle. So it's misleading your science per minute. This is more science, X science, per minute. I don't know why this one is 2 minutes. It throws everything off. It's frustrating. I don't like it. What I should actually do is just do a very simple mod that changes this research to 60-second cycles. Doesn't do anything else other than change this to 60 seconds, and then you would actually see science per minute. That would be a much simpler mod than just introducing a whole nother science. But as you probably could guess, our belts run pretty consistently when it's pulling that much. Science. And Oss is not able to join us just because it's our planetary science is now almost always going, because we're constantly picking up science here. Yeah. So Fulgora is probably... Oh, there's another big batch that just launched. Yeah, well, I've already doubled the number of labs. The problem is performance. Right? When you expand the number of labs with the number of belts, that's twice as much it has to simulate. Simulating this, right, is much more efficient, much faster for the server, for the game. Simulating this than simulating the belts, right? So this is why I introduced the divine tier, because that is so much easier to do. Yeah, you can go crazy on the number of labs and stuff and the belts and all of that, but it's unsustainable. This is already doubled from my base test, my base game that I did before. I did about, I don't know, 9 months ago. I did the same thing, but I didn't have this side. I just had this side. So I hit in essence 270 million science per minute, which then would half when I did this research. So it would half down. But now I'm able to hit 275 million with doing this research, which means I'm able to hit 550 million doing the next one, right? But the bottleneck becomes not... Well, the bottleneck would definitely be like how many you can output, because you can only output so many. The bottleneck becomes then like how many can you launch and how many can you sustain on your planets, because it would be tough, right? Very, very tough. Because, yeah, you'll see when this thing triggers, we can bump this one ahead. Right? You can see this thing massively starts to scale up because of the 60-second versus 120-second. So the same setup, we're doubling the science, but you can see by the belts are running almost constant. And that's where you want to get it, like, you want to get little pauses in there once in a while. That ensures the belt remains completely saturated. If this was running non-stop without any hitches at all, that means the belts would eventually, you would have some labs down here that would run out because you're not able to sustain it. Even though we restack them like this, right? Let's go check this just to make sure we're not running into... Yeah, okay. Because all these are set is it just restacks. That's all these are for. Is to take little bits like this and turn it into a nice clean belt like this. That's what that's for. But, you might look at this and go, oh, we have way more than we could do. Well, yeah, up here, this is running almost constant. And you don't want it running constant. You want it running just under constant. So, but yeah, if we look at this, you can see 550 million science per minute. So that was 1 billion research done in 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. And done. So now it's going to drop back down to that 275 million. Right? Because of the difference in cycle time. Now, you could go even crazier, and you could find one of these that's a 30-second. And if you could research, like, obviously 8600 research, there's no way you'd be able to do or even like this one, which is a 30-second, which is just red science, 30 seconds. So that's 1 billion. That would be 1.1 billion science per minute if we did a 30-second craft. No way would these belts be able to keep up with that. Because right now, if we look at the science that we're consuming, right, we're dropping it back down. It's going to be 144,000 a minute, right? So we're at about 72,000 a minute per belt, because we have 2 different belts coming out of each of these. So it's 72,000 per belt. Well, we have a stack. It stacks to 25, right? So we have 150 items per second. And then we have that times 25. So that's 3,700 items per second. Okay. This is in per minute. 144,000. So 72,000 a minute. So then we times that by 60. So each of these belts is technically able to move 225,000 items per minute. Right? But I don't know if that math checks out. Because if we were to pull that many, like, that would be like obviously right on the edge. No way would our planets be able to keep up. So if we cancel all of these, let's just pick an innocuous one here, like sulfuric acid or something that's just like some of these, like, even though we like batteries, yeah, we could research battery productivity up to level 60 with the research mod that I have. But I don't think you can actually get higher than 300. We look at batteries here. Yeah, productivity 300% equals limit. We can't get any more than that. So I don't know. I honestly don't know why that mod, it doesn't override so what research could we do? Coal liquefaction might be a fun one. So let's queue up all of those. Now those are all going to finish near instant, right? Even this top one, 437,000 science, that is a heartbeat of time with 200 something 70 million. But that's a 30-second craft. So we'll see what we can get up to. What the level 60 is. And if we can actually hit 1 billion science per minute. Now, we couldn't sustain it. Again, there's no way we could sustain it. We could come close though. For little bursts of time, we could do it.
Got a question in chat? If I remember right, you're not using the beacons to their full potential the way it is, right?
1 beacon per lab. Yeah, right. The divine beacons have a distribution efficiency of 6.5. Then the divine modules are 2,500%. Right? We are maxing the speed out. We physically cannot go any faster than this. Okay? So, this research speed is maxed out. I could put a bunch more modules in there, and it's not going to... So, if you look at that percentage, 114,935%. 114.9. We go in here, and I put a bunch more modules in here. 114,935. It's the same amount, right? It's maxed out. There's no reason to go any higher. I could probably remove some too, but I'm going to leave it as is. But yeah, it's maxed out. The only other variable that we have is productivity, and that's what we're researching. Productivity modules are maxed out as well. So it is what it is. So speed-wise, it's max speed. There's no way to do any faster, other than adding more biolabs. And I just went through the whole rigmarole around the game suffering because of that. I mean, I'm already at 35 FPS UPS right now, so it's like, if I got rid of one side of this, if I got rid of this bank over here, and we cut our science per minute in half, that would probably allow me to recover. But it's having to simulate all these belts and all these inserters, right? And that is what is effectively cutting down on my performance, because it's also doing that on the planets, right? The planets are crafting the science. So we have a huge amount of stuff going on here. I'm guessing Vulcanus is also going. Or it was. It was just going. 140. Oh my god, we're right on the edge of it triggering. So Gleba, ooh. I need to go to Gleba. Something's going on in Gleba here. What did we run out of? Rocket fuel. Yep, 300% limit. I hate that. 300% limit. Good lord. System hasn't been touched in a very, very long time. There we go. Yeah, that, by the way, limited to 40,000. So this planet went through 40,000 rocket fuel in a matter of minutes. Okay, so what is going on over here, guys? Let's see. What can we do? And then, oh my god. We are requesting 200. Are we low on nuts? I think we are. Holy cow. Okay, well, I think oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. God dang it. Where's my edge? That is my edge? Okay. We can go up like that. There we go. Why am I so good at Factorio? I have roughly 3,000 hours in this game. Over the last... I've been playing this game for 11 years. Go almost 12. So, yeah. That would be one reason. Let's go here. And Jelly Nut Farm. Let's increase this to Divine. Save. And I mean, I could increase that even more, but I'm gonna guess that's gonna trigger my... Yep, that's gonna trigger my egg. My egg express is gonna go pick up some eggies. You just gotta hope. You just gotta hope the system works, because yeah. So this should grab the eggs. Why is this running so slow? It's just... This should be faster, I think. I mean, I'm setting it 240. What I should do...
It's the quality mod is the mythic mod with FG on it. Is that what it is? Somebody's asking.
Yeah, it's the mythic. It's called Mythic Quality FG. If you want a list of the mods that we have, why is this not? Why is this not getting any eggs? This should be getting eggs. Navis, what are you doing? Hammerhead's not in orbit. This should be getting... That's 26. That's 26. $26 greater than 0. Why is this not? Why is this not running? Low battery is not greater than 0. So why? This was working. What did I change?
I remember you changed the science quality early on.
Yeah, but this is nothing to do with science. This is the Gleba egg launcher.
Oh, okay.
So we know the science one works, which is this side. This side is the science. This side is the Gleba egg, which it's good to go. We have all of these are ready to go. It's passing the skull. That's passing it to here and saying, hey, this or this, right, are good to go. That's going over to the output, right, which is coming down here and saying, hey, skull is greater than 0. Egg is greater than 0. This low battery is what's stopping it. Which is only being triggered on the science side. So I might need... How did this work before and not now? I don't understand. These are largely unused. Maybe. I know this was working. 100% this was working. What changed? Something tells me this right here is not needed. Low battery. Either that or I need to detect. Yeah, see the express left. It was like, oh, fine, be that way. Why? What changed? I can't. These are... Holy cow. Good plastic.
Can I try and pop in and debug it with you?
Yeah, we're not doing any research right now. We're still trying to play catch up with all of our science because it's...
Yeah.
I need to increase the request. Like, I know it worked because we had a bunch of egg deliveries to this system, and it worked great. So the main thing that changed was the fact that a Prometheum ship was built. But that shouldn't, like, affect the Gleba side, or the Gleba Express. It's... comes in here. This is now requesting, which outputs into here. All of this from all of this side here. This is all for the Prometheum ship, as well as ensuring that one side does not, like, that both ships can't be in orbit at the same time. Because that wouldn't work. So this is the line that I think is off. This low battery. Because I should be picking that up. Yeah, see, I picked that low battery up here. Right? So if I remove this, this will launch.
So are these divided by which they're doing, or are all these working for both the Prometheus ship and the Biter delivery?
They're wired to do both. So I just removed from this top timer, I just removed the low battery signal because that's already being picked up here where low battery is greater than 0. Right? Because how it's wired is if both ships are in orbit, it doesn't launch any. Right? Because what's like, which ship would the eggs go to? Prometheum ship or the Egg Express? Like, both ships can't exist in orbit at the same time. So if that's true, then don't launch any. But if it's one or the other, then launch if it's needed. And that's what the other circuitry is for. Is it just validates, you know, for one, it validates the quantum processors, it validates the Prometheum plate. It doesn't exceed the number of crafts that are able to be done. The Egg Express is a lot simpler. It's just literally 2 combinators This one is just a signal saying, hey, this is in orbit. Gleba equals 7 is that one is in orbit, ready to go. And then the amount of skulls is the amount of, essentially it's the number of rockets that can be supported. And then each rocket, each silo is when skull is greater than 0, then its skull is greater than 1, skull is greater than 2, skull is greater than 3, 4, 5, all the way down, right, to skull is greater than 16, or 15, I should say. It's a 0 based. So, if we need, say, 26 rockets worth of eggs, you'll get 16 rockets, and then you'll go away, and if you need more, you can come back and grip more. But it's 16 silos at a time, which is how they're all gated. Which also gives enough time for them to fill back up again. These are all legendary quality, so they process pretty fast. But yeah, it's all gated behind the skull value is technically the number of rockets that I need. So the Egg Express is back in orbit again, and it didn't launch. Even though we have this is true, this is true. Oh, the timer. Yep. So you can see not all the rockets launched. We had exactly 10 because that was the skull value, was 10. So only 10 rockets launched. Because you don't want to oversupply the eggs, right? The moment those eggs come out of here, they start to decay, and when they're done, they will hatch into some biters. I forget which kind they hatch into. Yeah, big biters. You can see they're already maxed out again. Crazy. So the timer, if we needed eggs faster, which we don't, we 100% don't, we could lower this T less than 12,000. Because that is how many ticks it takes between launches. So you could edit that value to be less, to make it faster, to launch more and more and more. But yeah, you want to limit how many eggs you're launching. So if we go to Gleba, there it is. We go to the egg system here. So I have each side of this gated behind like an amount to target, which is 5,000. I want 5,000 of these, right? And so I already have 5,000 of these. So it's just crafting these because this is stopped. This is saying I don't need any over here. But I need some down here. So this is then set to 10, override stack size, 10, which only ever puts 10 at a time in here, which is how many it takes to craft. So this is consuming our lovely spoilage here at a pretty high rate. And look at that, we've actually built back up to 40,000 40,000 rocket fuel, which is crazy. But why are these just constantly? We don't need. Yeah, I need to gate. Need to gate this. Is less than 200. Greater than 200. That's why this was running full stop, because this wasn't. Do greater to 10. Will you please stop? Good lord. stop for just a brief minute. Holy Moses. Yeah, we have like 90,000, 160,000 jelly in the freaking... We have enough excess jelly in there. Thank you very much.
You can never have too much jelly.
Yeah, right? Please don't call it jelly. What brand was that had that commercial?
Doesn't sound familiar.
It was like, call it a jam, call it a preserve, but please don't call it jelly. Oh man, what was that? It was billing itself as a super fancy jelly, right? Or fruit preserve or something. I can't remember what brand it was though. Because it was always a redneck guy that would be like, please pass the jelly. God, I can't remember what that was. Somebody out there would know what it is. I'm gonna get a comment on this stream 6 months from now, and somebody's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that was so and so," and I was like, "Oh shit, that was yeah." Oh,
Yes, of course.
why are we out? Ooh, plastic. We need to go plastic. Where is it? There it is. Over here. We need mash. Okay. Mashy mash here. We need to do an ore. Plastic is less than 1,000. And we need to beef these up. Beef. Oh my god. This is some old build right here. You can kind of tell when there's level 2 modules in these. Okay, and then we have... Here we go. Now we're talking. Mash. Monster mash. There's some gubbins. We need to output prioritize you. Okay, so we are... less than 60,000. Okay. So we need to up this to say 100. because we are actually using a huge amount to make LDS. Max productivity on that. I need to bump up the quality of that a bit. Since these stack so poorly. Uh-oh. We ran out of... Oh, 12,000 of that. There we go. Now we're starting to... Oh. Yeah, this spoiled in here. So this has got to spoil. That empties out. This should reset. If it's allowed to. It's not going to be allowed to. It's going to be sitting here. Okay, so we are showing building. Yep, we're building up these. Okay. So plastic is backstuffed. Excellent. Now copper is rolling. Memory serves, this was way more copper. Yeah, way more copper than iron. So let's do less than 10,000. Just to make sure copper just goes crazy.
Oh, do you remember specifically which teleportation mod you've got? Or should I just reference the description?
It's mine. Like if you look up my username on the mod hub, Buggy, if you find my username, that's like the majority of my mods. That's what we're using. Teleporters. The teleporter space age is essentially my mod. My customized version. We're using my nuclear bots. So Buggy's nuclear bots, that's easier to find. Buggy's nuclear bots, you just find that and you just click my name on the author and you can see all of my mods. Now we're not using all of my mods because some of them I haven't updated in a long time. But if you want the be-all, end-all mod list, in the description of the stream is a download for this world before we ever built anything. It's this exact world, just saved, and you can sync your mods with that save. And it will download the appropriate mods. And there's just one mod missing from that list that I didn't upload for whatever reason. I don't even remember the reason, but I didn't upload it. That mod is also available in the description. You can download the mod if you want it. It's not a mission critical mod. It is a mod that allows you to rebalance the scrap recycling ratios. Right, it allows you to rebalance the recyclers, right? These percentages, which I've done several times now, to beef up certain values. So I increased holmium ore, I increased ice, I reduced gears, and I may have tweaked some of these other ones, but not by much. Maybe a bump a little bit in concrete. I can't even remember what the base game was. I know I did holmium though, and I know I did ice, but I reduced iron gear wheels. Because there's enough iron on Fulgora. You get plenty of it. So. Okay, let's do. These are that's 5 million. That was 7 million. That was 11 million. That was 16 million. 25 million. 37 million. 56 million. 85 million. 127 million. I doubt we can go much higher. If we look at Vulcanus, we look at where are those at? Here? Are those that's simple coal liquefaction. Are we doing the other type of coal liquefaction at all?
He said thank you, by the way.
You are welcome. Yeah. Are we doing the?
I was thinking we were doing the better of the two coal liquefactions.
Yeah, I thought we were too. This is simple coal liquefaction. We may not be. I don't see it anywhere here.
Ah, yeah, up where I'm looking. North.
Oh, it looks like productivity can go higher than 300. Ooh.
Oh, nice.
And that stuff hasn't been touched in a very long time.
Yeah. Do we even need the other coal liquefaction?
Do Vulcanus.
Simple one. Look, baby, just shut that system down. Looks like it's gated.
Yeah, let's see where it's going and what it's used for. So it looks like it's used to keep this one full?
Yeah, I think so. It's also used to create lube down here.
I mean, it's fine the way that it doesn't hurt anything being there.
Yeah.
Not too concerned.
Not as efficient, but yeah, we got plenty of coal.
So as you can see, we're at 1.1 billion science per minute. Now, I'm assuming that our labs are not going to be. Yeah, you can see the shenanigans over here. It's not enough to keep up. We are quickly running dry of science. It's just the belts are not able to sustain it.
And these are 30-second crafts.
Yeah, these are the 30-second ones. So our science per minute is going to drop, but it will drop to exactly how many we can handle. Which is, right now kind of gated behind. Right, we're not actually using all of our science packs, which is unfortunate. Right. Yeah, our Vulcanist shuttle science here, we are now pulling 1.2 million. So if we look at Vulcanist here, whee! Oh shit. Why did that... Uh-oh. Well, that we used so much so fast that the system was barely able to turn on. Okay, so we need to readjust. Where... That's green. Where does that signal... Everything is less than 200. All right, that is how much is in there. That's fine. But what is the low battery? That's coming from the storage, I bet. Yeah. So this is an RS latch. 50K, we probably want this to be like 200. Turning off at 500 is fine, but we needed to turn on sooner. Because then this system needs to turn on, and then this system needs to, it needs to cascade. Once it gets to here, though, obviously we're going to be saturating. We have like 6 belts worth of science coming in here. Or at least we should. Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking. Crazy. Yeah, 6. You can see how much is going out of this tier and how much is coming in of the max tier. The exponential nature of it is pretty crazy. We're not even really productivitying this tier. If we were productivitying this tier, holy cow, we would be smoking. Why is the... Did I... I did. I completely missed this here. Oops. I linked it to the wrong one. There we go. Much better. Oopsie. Now we should see full gubbins. Good. Vulcanist shuttle is on its way.
It's strange how it's draining the blue faster, or is it just that there's less blue belt?
What are you looking at?
Blue science. I'm looking at the science struggling to keep up, and the blue belt is the one that's empty near the end here. I think metallurgic is also gonna struggle because I think that ran out for a second.
Yeah, that emptied out, which is why the rest are kind of recovering, because that was... As soon as one starts faltering, then it's just kind of cascades. But,
Yeah.
we need to look at space science here, see how well this is going. This is just full blast, like unloading as literally fast as possible.
There's a question in chat, but I'll answer it. It's just a simple, like a vanilla question.
When do you get Roboport? Bots unlock after blue science. You need red, then green, then blue, and you can unlock bots. Roboports unlock. So you need to do oil, but after that, you can do bots.
If I remember right, you can do the personal Roboport a little easier earlier, right?
Well, the ability to make the bots, like you can't, regardless of when you make the personal Roboport, it's about the same time, because you make the bots at blue tier. You can't really do anything with bots before blue. But you only need red and green and blue science. Now, if you want the nuclear bots specifically, you need to go into nuclear, right? Whatever that is. Right here, red and green and blue, to unlock nuclear, which unlocks these fuel cells. The moment you craft these fuel cells, that's what unlocks the mine nuclear bots. You don't need to actually research anything to get the bots. You just need to craft 50 fuel cells. And the moment you do, you unlock the bots and you can craft them, right? With the base bots. So my nuclear bots are just, there's kind of easy mode. A lot of people don't like, how easy it is to get to them, but I have been using them for literally years. I don't even know what the original date is that I made them. It predates the hub. It predates the ability to share. Like they're old. I made them a long time ago. I had to rearrange the belts over here, which is why some of these don't go anywhere, because obviously we upgraded from all the lower tiers, and I don't need any of those other belts, so I wanted a maximum throughput here. Oh, also just booted again. Can't keep up. Okay, so we know, we can get 1.1 billion science, but we can't sustain it, and that's obvious. Like I knew there was no way we would be able to support that much science that fast. That's a lot of science. 1.1 billion science, but we can hit it and enjoy it for a bit. So you can see coal liquefaction here, 3.2 billion there. Now, fluoroketone, if we look at Aquilo, I think that might be gated. That is not. So we could get some more. That'll use electroscience, which is glorious. So the blue situation might be largely because of throughput. So if we go here, we say you are going to put there, but grab here, right? Right, this was supposed to be put here. And put here. Put here. That ensures those belts are completely saturated. And I could technically, maybe, possibly get a third belt out here. It would have to... That'd be a lot harder to do. It's just raining science. This must be yeah, this is a 60 second. So we're at 553 million science per minute at a 60 second cycle. And if we look at our belts, you can see there's a tiny stop. It hitches just a little bit, which in the end means that the belt should not run out as long as your supply is good to go, which we're keeping up quite a bit. Right, you can see these numbers ever so slightly getting higher. We need to take a quick look at the hammerhead here. Yeah. So we got 400,000 left on this, which is crazy. Because remember, this was like... this was like 9 million after the last craft got done. Let's make sure that we don't have any eggs. I'm sure they would have probably hatched by now. So I'm sure, let's see, if we go here, yeah, this would request 589,000. So it would build more. So if we sent manually, we sent this 1.4 million. It wouldn't actually request any because this isn't set. This determines, hey, I need science. We could send it anyway, might as well. Go there, do some things. And this ship, like, if we sent this ship to go get some promethium, it would be crazy efficient. because the hammerhead design, I specifically did that because I was watching my first design, which was essentially what this looks like, right? This was my first design. And I was watching as so much promethium was just, the ship was just passing it. Right, we were breaking it up because of the guns. We were breaking it up, but we weren't gathering any of it. Just because of, this nice thin design. So I was like, well, when we're actually wanting, right, when we're actually wanting this stuff, we weren't getting any of it. Okay, so now why are we not... Ooh. You can see how slow it's... Yeah, we're at 26 FPS right now.
Did you catch that last question?
No, we're not playing with enemies off. They're just turned way, way, way down. And we have pollution. I have pollution turned off and time evolution turned off. It's not really the point of what we're trying to do here. So yeah, this is showing, hey, I have greater than 400,000 science in the like, we need to set this to like 2 million. Right? This is how much science we have on planet. Right? And so this is the gate between like, how do we send rockets? And it's like, well, we have less than 2 million science. Let's set that value, and then everything else is, hey, do we have enough quantum processors? Do we have enough promethium? Do we need, right? Do we need any? This is on the ship. Right? This is this signal coming from the ship saying, hey, we don't have any promethium science packs divine, and we don't have any uncommon, which is, this is what's crafted. This is mostly what's crafted when the craft starts. So once those eggs land in here, it'll start crafting, and most of what you craft initially is the uncommon tier. So there's the eggs coming in. So now we've got a few uncommon in here, but not a lot. But you'll see then just how many. Now this is 8,000 eggs, 800 crafts. So 800 crafts with this, with the productivity we have, it's going to be a lot of science. This basically left orbit right away. So now we're parked above Fulgora. We're not going back to Novice for quite some time, because we're not actually consuming promethium. So we got to keep watch on this. If this stops and fills up completely, and then there's eggs in here, that's a problem. Then I'm sure there's a huge amount of like shenanigans you could do to ensure that, if the system stops. Right, so these are stopped because they're backlogged. They're completely backstopped. Why? That's greater than. Okay. This is underground to here. Yeah, this is why I usually don't put quality modules in the recyclers, just because it can cause bottlenecks. We're already up over 1 million. Remember, this was 800 crafts, right? That gave us, if we didn't have any productivity, that would have given us 8,000 science packs. It's 10 to 10, like it's basically 1-to-1 to biter eggs. So without productivity, that would have been 10,000 science packs, or 8,000 science packs. That launch, and we're now at 1.4 million just because of the productivity, and we still have 16,000 uncommons to process. So we are likely going to need to do one of these to use up science packs. Because we need to use them. Because if that ship fills up, and there's a bunch of divine biter eggs sitting around, that's not a good idea to have a bunch of divine biters spawn. Now, granted, it's 15 and a half hours it takes to hatch these. But you don't want a divine quality biter, right? That would be 9,000 base health on the biter, and the range is 4.5. So he would be able to damage stuff 4.5 tiles away. And he would be doing 750 damage. So he would pretty much obliterate the ship. Having that many biter eggs spawn, like, hatch. Thousands. If you let this ship run, like if you had it on an actual, like, dedicated server, and you weren't watching it, and you went to bed, and you got up the next day, you went to work, you came back home, 17 hours later, and you log in, and your whole ship would just be just a clean slate. There wouldn't be anything left. 2.2 million. I don't even know how many this can hold. 65,000 stacks times 200. So that's 28, 256. 2.5 million? No, 25 million. Right? Ish. 65, 5, 35 times 200. 13 million. And we have a couple stacks of ammo and stuff. We have a little repair pack, so plus we have an insane amount of holmium and promethium in here. So that's going to reduce that by a lot. Yeah, I wish I could build warehouses on ships. That would be so awesome. Cuz I would put all the holmium to the side in a warehouse, and I would still maintain like how much we have, but it would be its own little warehouse full of holmium. And multiple ones holding the promethium plate. That would be glorious. How you can have stuff on belts in space but not have any chests is frustrating. You think the stuff would just float away on a belt. It would just, it would float away. But no. Yeah, I probably should remove some of the productivity modules. Because I already have 100% research, so $3.6 million. Let's get it down to close to 300. Which It's more or less base game. There we go. See? It's just too many. Too many science. Like who knew? It's one of the few that you really don't want to go too crazy on. Just because of the egg situation. There we go. It's almost done. All right. 4 million. Not bad. Just trying to get close to the 300%. Maybe put like 2 of them in these. There. Leave those alone. This one I'll keep. I still want a lot. I just don't need a lot. All right, Gleba is all recovered. Oh, wow, look at that. Still low on ore. That's amazing. 17,000. Holy cow, it really doesn't like launching. I'm sure if I saved and went in and basically loaded in single player, I would be getting much different performance. But yeah, we dropped to 26. So 553 million science per minute was my baseline. So I mean, we definitely hit it. Not a big deal there. The sustainability, I think it's pretty stable, honestly. We haven't had any major catastrophes. God, how much freaking copper goes into one of these damn machines? Look at that. There's 4.7 thousand copper ore, 4.8 thousand in the 4.9. It's crazy how much ore these things take. Finally, it's backing up. Okay. Okay, the shuttle is on its way. What's my science? Purple. I may need to tweak a little bit here and there. Because, yeah, you can see it's not fully saturating this belt. Okay. And we know we're only getting one level out of these, so those can be stacked. Because we're only ever going to get one quality out of this, so I can go there. That saturates both of those. Yep. Oh, we're back up to 60 FPS now. Planets must have slowed down their crafts. That won't last long, though. Oh, we had a delivery of Promethium. That means the Hammerhead gave us a visit. Yep. Dropped roughly 1.1. No. What were we at? 4.6, so about 1.5 million science dropped. if you want to use more Promethean plate, you have to reduce the amount of productivity you got. But if you wanted to sustain crazy levels of science, you would need more than one ship for Prometheum. You might even need 3. One gathering it, one in transit, and one actually that has it already and crafting like constantly, basically. And then each planet, like, you might need 2 for each of the other planets. Just especially Aquilo. Having 2 for Aquilo might. There was a point in my other version of this sort of challenge where I seriously thought about having a second Aquilo thing. And certainly the Mythic, my FG edition Mythic Quality mod, I've bumped up the cargo hatch supply, right? So each one of these can supply or support 10 rockets. So because I was really tired of this sort of design, it was just so crazy having one like these only accepting one ever rocket. So launching 100 rockets at a time, you would need a minimum of 100 100 of these just to intake that much, and it just got to be too much. So I found the where to mod that, and I modded it for my Mythic quality because yeah, it was imagine multiple ships, right, dropping science onto novice, like how many of these we would need, and it just became unmanageable. So this can support 1,400 input hatches, which is a lot. That's a lot. My little dashboard here. I mean, we could bump up yellow or space science, white science a little bit. Get them up to the same level as all the other sciences. That way, then this doesn't look like, oh, we're draining out. It's like, no, we're really not. It's supplying it. Something triggered. I dropped to 22. You see how slow these things are coming in. There. That was 500,000 science. So let's look at space science after that. Yep. There's 73,000 science. And it's increasing inside of here. Huh. A max level divine stack of zeros. Not enough. Crazy. Crazy. A lot of science. Space science is going up, but very, very slowly. I still haven't pulled those. The rocket turrets out of here. I haven't been able to. I mean, 6.4 billion science at 276 million a minute. That's roughly a billion every 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes. So times that by 6. 3.5 minutes times 6. 7, 14. A little less than 20 minutes to do 6.4 billion science. It's not bad. I believe a science got another big boost. I mean, we're actually sustaining it, believe it or not. We're just cruising. Granted, we're half the science per minute. I really should have. I don't know why I didn't think about modding the actual science productivity. I kept thinking like, what science could I add that uses all the science packs, but is only 60 seconds? That I got stuck on that for some reason, and I didn't sit back and go, wait a second, I should just not add one. I should just edit the one that's already there, but for some reason I didn't. I wonder if there's a mod that already does that. That just sets that one research just sets it to 60-second cycle. I mean, it's literally like a 1 or 2 line script mod. Like, just it would be very, very easy to do. What would I make that? I would probably make that a part of. What would be a good mod to make that a part of? I could either do the productivity research for everyone fork that I have, or I could make it part of the mythic mod that I have. That's just it literally is a data updates script that just takes that base game research entry and just sets it to 60-second time. That's all it does. Very, very easy to do. If you know the Lua, of course. I should preface that easy, right? It's easy when you know how the model, like the document model works. And not I have a cursory understanding of Factorio's model. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that are much, much better, especially like, Arendelle, who does the SE mod. Like, you have to have a pretty intimate understanding of the game to be able to do a mod like that. I'm that way with Vintage Story, with my Vintage Engineering mod. We got another delivery of Promethium, which is noise. God, we got so much of it too. Yep, it's heading back. I have this parked at Fulgora. It's 661 kilometers per second. It's moving at quite the clip. But I park it above Fulgora because I didn't want it sitting potentially with the eggs Like, I wanted to come to Navis, launch the eggs, start crafting, deliver what you needed, and then leave. I didn't want it just lingering above Navis, because then the express for the... Ooh. This isn't good. This is not good at all. What happened here? Oss, what did you break?
Everything.
This
Is that the
this
quality isn't working?
This is here. This should be to here. This goes to here. This is all right. This gets upgraded to legendary. Wait. No, doesn't get upgraded to legendary. It gets upgraded to epic. Yeah. Epic goes in here. This goes to epic. And then, okay. What I need is this. What do we have on this ship? We have legendary. So what I would do here is put a legendary box here. With a inserter out that was gated behind legendary. There wasn't as much space on this ship, so I wasn't able to do the full stack. So we have to drop this down to legendary. And then this just not filter at all. And not have a stack. Oh, come on. You don't have another stack inserter? You do. You just don't have that one. There you go. This is a very old... This is the old design. Yeah, I hear the purrs. The lab goblin came in here and snuck into my lap while I was doing that. Oh, something just killed me. Okay, so the stack inserter, I should be able to do that. There we go. It's already gated, so we're good there. Okay, what happened? What did you guys... Why did you stop? $300. What are 33. There. That was... Just about lost that ship. Not that it would have been a big loss, but, you know... I wouldn't want to... Yeah, I hear the purrs. let's. We're going to trigger it at 100K instead of 50K. Just in case. Aha! Got it. All right. $30. That'll trigger another huge wave of science use, but not for all science packs, fortunately. Yeah. Blue and Promethium are going to be exempt. As well as military. Holy cow. Ooh. There's some. Ooh, that was a lot. That was over 1 million Promethium that just dropped. Oh, man. It's going to take a while to drain that out. All right. So this is 500, roughly 556 million science per minute. There it is, 556,306. So 3.8 billion science research taking right around 6.5 minutes. Not bad. And if we, I mean, you can see there is a little hitch, right? There's a little, it goes and goes and goes, and then there's a hitch, and that subtle little hitch, once in a while, ensures that belt is saturated. And then it's down to, can you actually supply and ship that much science to keep that warehouse full, right? Because if the warehouse runs out, it doesn't take long for that belt to just empty. What the hell is going on? Really? Rocket fuel again? Jelly is needed. What is going on over here? Now, we're grabbing those. Okay. So, or rocket fuel is less than 2,000. I guess. Something like that. Bots. Oh, all the planets just booted up, I bet, because yeah, I knew we weren't gonna come away from this unscathed in terms of like FPS, but yeah, not having all of these rocket silos ready to go it's bad. We need these all to be ready for the next launch, because there they go. That'll hurt my FPS even more. Now, we could research productivity of rocket fuel, but we can't go above 300. Doesn't matter how much we research it. We can't go above 300. It says it's a limit. Excuse me. Why did you stop? Don't be stopping. We can upgrade these. There we go. Now we're cooking. There we go. What? Excuse me? Water? You're low on water. I see how it is. Low on water. Lord. How about 3,000? Or no. Was that 30,000? That's probably 30,000 a second. That's a lot of water. Let's drain the oceans. Yeah, that's 30,000 a second. So we're still not caught up. Well. Don't know how does this handle if jelly spoils in the hand of an inserter going into a machine? We're getting quite a bit of it here. Don't know what happens though if this just sits here. We look at Quillo. Where's my voider? If fuel well, let's go here, here. Fuel is greater than 0. Hey. If what is that? Ammonia rocket fuel. Equals 0 or ammonia rocket fuel is greater than 3,500. I'll put stack minus 49. Basically, if the thing is off, if the timer is off, or the timer is greater than 3,500, which it goes up to 4,000. So 3,500 is probably not, it's probably 3,800. So 200 ticks. So minus 49, boom. The stack size reduces to 1 because this is putting out 40, or this is putting out 50, and then when this triggers, it's putting out minus 49. Combine those together, you get 1, which then shuts this down and ensures that these are not sitting here with like 5 in them. It puts it into the machine, which is fine. If they spoil in the machine, that's fine, right? Because we already have a spoilage extractor here. So that's fine. I'm not worried about that. Why is this shut down? Interesting. Was there a supply shortage? Ah, less than 2,000. So I need... I need this to be much, much, much higher. I need a bigger buffer in there. Yeah, we're launching again, so we're going to be using a lot. How's our supply? Look at that steady line, 556 million science a minute, and check that line out. We've been sustaining it for the last 10 minutes. Not bad. Not bad at all. Nothing is in danger of completely running dry. We need some metallurgic science. So what is going on with Vulcanus here? Looks like you're actually working what you should be doing. I should actually upgrade. In order to get this to go faster, you really need to upgrade. Like, rare is not going to cut it. If you want this thing to cruise. Wow, this thing is really sputtering with fluid. Wow. What's going on with this? Oxidize. Okay, so Vulcanus is now launching. Yeah, all the little pods stay up here. It's so funny, you can still see them here. And then they fade away. And there's another batch. Now, if I didn't have the mod that allowed this animation to play faster, right? This would be a serious bottleneck, and you would need. I literally have. The mod defaults it to 8 times faster, right? So that animation of this going up and this that's 8 times faster. So if I wanted to launch the same amount of science in the same amount of time that I'm doing right now, I would need 8 times the number of silos. 800 silos. Right? You can imagine what the performance drain of having 800 silos on 5 different planets or 4 different planets, because I would need that on all the different planets because of how slow that is. The ones here at the front lag behind. They get out of sync because there's not as much science in the belts as a buffer. So it takes longer for them to fill. Most of the other ones stay pretty good sync. It's a lot of science. Jesus, that's a lot of science. I think we got another batch of copper. Excellent. All right. Still going strong. 556 million. Not bad. What else could we research that maybe help us? Electrolyte? I think we're already maxed on that. Oh, we can actually go higher than 300 on this. Not doing too bad. We got quite the buffer down here. Yeah, able to sustain 556 million science per minute. Just constant. Now, if we really wanted to go crazy, we could queue up some more of these 30-second ones and drain the base out quite a lot. I think all of these are 60s. there's a 30. Follower robot count. Like, what does this go to? This is all of the novice science plus space. So none of the planets would even be touched. We might be able to sustain that. I would have to most likely bring down another belt here, right? Of all of the different sciences. Which would be tough because of how I've basically built this system. Getting a third supply belt in here for all the novice-based ones would be a little bit of a challenge. Could be done. Red, I would probably have to come in from the side and inject it into the side, as well as green. Now, researching this at 6,000, it would finish likely before I even finished clicking the button. We're at 1 billion science per minute. Yeah, 6,000, not really going to move the needle. Like, follower robot count. What are we at? Where is that at? There it is. 175. We have it up to level 10 or level 9. We have it level 9. And each tier is 25. Oh dear Lord, we're going to be able to... I haven't actually used follower robots in so long. Like, it has been a minute. It has been a while since I've relied on follower robots for things. Like, if we go out, find some biters. For one, take out all the things there. Yeah, the divine Tesla ammo. Just one shots everything. That's some harsh stuff there. Wow, we actually ran out of a couple there. Crazy. All right, 99%. Okay. Now for let's chew up some research. Where is it at? There it is. Oh man, it's only going up 1,000 at a time. Well, that was the thing that just happened. What is our follower robot? 2,900 robots. We gotta do 3 more levels. We gotta do 3.
Jeez.
There it is, baby. 3,000 robots. I just couldn't even imagine what that would even look like. I doubt you could deploy that many robots before the first robots you deployed would start to die.
Sounds legit.
There's no way. I mean, you're gonna deploy them like 10 at a time or whatever it is. Like, there's no way. Like, what else could we go crazy on? We could go belt stacking. This could break all the. This could easily break all the things. I'm gonna actually save it. Before we do this, because this could very easily break so many things by increasing the belt stack. So let's find that research. So I want to get this to 49. So, yeah. Cat, you were just in my lap, and now you're back. And let's see. I think I might need to do one more level, but let's try to find loose. What? Sniffing my phone. Belt stack, size bonus 49. Yeah. So if we look at 400, there it is. I kind of screwed this up. There's no place. Like, there's nowhere to put these things. So now, if we do a research, that's crazy. Say we do a few more levels of this. Need to turn that off, so I need to unload these reds in here. There we go. Yeah, the aggressive person will be gunning in. So I think the belts are running full blast right now. Because throughout the whole process, they were half the stack. So as the research was being done, it was outputting full stacks, full belts, but it was consuming twice as fast, right? So you can see these are now 400, which slowed everything down. So it's just when the lab is pulling the smaller stacks. It takes twice as many, to put on the belt. So yeah, now we have stacks of 50. And then let's find a 30-second craft. There's one. Covarex enrichment. Oh man. But this is a 30-second crop. This is going to scream. That's how fast this is going to go. The science will just melt away. But this will hit over 1 billion. This will be over 1 billion science a minute. I think there's even some that are less than 30 seconds. Or there were. I think there were some that were under 30 seconds, but I made sure that they were at least 30 seconds. Because, yeah, that's insane. Okay, so this is going to skyrocket consumption. Yeah, look at that. Orange was still operating on... Orange hadn't updated to the 400. So that's why we're evaporating orange in here for now. Look how fast it's going. But as soon as orange, as soon as the stack gets bigger, it recovers. Or at least it should. Yeah, you can see it pretty much maxed here, and then in here. Then it'll get to that way here. Space science, the same thing. But this will probably evaporate metallurgic science. Oh, look at space science raining down. But there you go. 1.1 billion science a minute. I mean, we're a little under 30 FPS. And Os definitely could not join. No way. Like, he would be able to download the file, but he would never be able to catch up. Like, there's just too much going on. Especially if we're launching, we're launching metallurgic science too. So it's like, it's just not. He would never be able to keep up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, look at that metallurgic science low. That triggers when it's out. Like, it is I have not adjusted that threshold, so it's like less than 500. So it technically triggers it when it's less than 5,000 because I do have a divider of 100 on it. Right? So, like, we ran out of metallurgic science. It was not able to go to the planet, launch, grab it, and come back in time before it ran out. And that's 2 million science, by the way, that we ran out of. We want to upgrade these. Really? You're not going to wait to launch the efficiency module? Thanks. And we're going to launch them all again. Much, much harder to maintain 1 billion science a minute. Let me just put it let me just put that down. It's way harder to maintain 1 billion science a minute. I mean, if I added another quality level, you could do it, pretty easily, depending on what the multiplier was. But I'd probably put a 49 on there, so it was an even 50, right? Be a little less than double what the divine is, but what would you call it? Well, what would come after divine? It's easy to add. Just make a thumbnail, little icon for it, which is right. It's just that little icon right there. I made that. I just Photoshop. Very easy. But what theoretically, if you could add a quality after divine, what would come after divine? Like.
Well, you could replace the divine, rename divine celestial, and then make the new one divine.
Or galactic.
Temporal. Rather than focusing on, godly powers, focus on power of time. Omnipotent.
Rick Sanchez.
Yes, there you go.
Have a the icon would just be a little head, the head of Rick, right? It would oh, that'd be great. I'd love that. I'd love to do that. The icon I would choose would be the icon where they do the droopy lips. I don't know if you guys have watched Rick and Morty, but there's a animation frame where they have like lips that are like droopy down. It's literally like the only animation I've ever seen ever do that with the lips, and it's just hilarious because it's like I don't know what emotion it emotes, but it's like this, like, oh shit, emotion. But I've always
Befuddlement.
I've always loved that the lips down, and it's just that's the icon I would use. But Celestial would be a good one. Galactic, because you have Mythic. Mythic, you're already getting into the supernatural, so I kind of just kept with that with the divine. But you could just call it Q. Just the letter Q. Oh yeah. Now we're able to cruise. It still didn't launch. Did I not quality? I didn't quality them, maybe? Go away. It launches them and intakes them at the exact same speed. Not surprising. But the intake, because I know I've launched them 8 times faster, I can tell that the author of the mod that sped up the animation made the launch animation the same speed as the intake timer. Not sure how he figured that out, but it intakes 100,000 and then launches another 100,000. Intakes, and then so it actually launched 5 rounds before it intook the first one. This is the bottleneck right here. This is the primary bottleneck at these high levels. The actual ingestion of the science is this is where the bottleneck is. Now, my cargo hatches speeded that up even more. Because otherwise you would need 100 cargo hatches to take in that many constantly. But I've radically reduced that by 10xing on the cargo hatches. I initially looked for a way to do it via the quality, but there wasn't a quality setup that allowed you. It literally launches all of the science. That's crazy. We can drop you down and you down. And you, and you, and you, and you. Yeah, we're literally chewing through metallurgic science as fast as we can deliver. We're delivering 1.2 million per trip. And we are easily able to chew through that. I mean, it's not even... I doubt it's even getting through all the way to the end. Like, these are completely dead because of it. It would actually surprise me if all of this got all the way through, all the way... just about to run out, and it's not all the way to the end yet. Not even close. Much, much harder. Yeah, you can see that each peak is a little bit lower than the other peak. So it's like, we would need 2 ships of metallurgic science traveling all at the same time in order to keep that going. Like, just basically constantly launching. I don't know logistically how that would work. If you had 2 ships in orbit, identical, requesting the same amount of stuff with 100 silos, would it just randomly assign? Like, how would it know what ship to send the same thing to? They're requesting the same thing. So would it basically come down to launching for both ships, and eventually the ships would just get in sync, and so you'll just have 2 ships come in, and like it would only be synced up, and then one ship would probably empty. I mean, you could set up like the speed. I could say the second ship is a little, like, goes a little slower, but again, then you would just run into the same problem of the slower ship might empty first. It might not. You don't have any control over that. So I don't know what a good solution there is, other than have more silos. If we had another 100 silos, we could we could launch twice as many, twice as fast. So, not to mention the, this 30 seconds might be, if we go inactivity, like 10 seconds. Right, and remove that. Because it has nowhere else to go. It's above Navis, right? It goes to Navis, it unloads all of its science, 10 seconds go by, boom, you trigger it again. But if it's actively unloading science, that inactivity would never do it. But because there's only one thing that's ever running, it is crazy how much science this is chewing. Like, it's just chewing so much science up. I've seen people play where they actually have all the science come to Vulcanus, and they actually do all their research on Vulcanus. Because you can literally make all the novice science, you can make infinite amounts of that science on Vulcanus, because everything, like all the resources, are free. I mean, it's crazy how fast this is launching. Can you imagine if Earth, if SpaceX was launching 100 rockets every, 20 seconds, just like, woo! You're just off in the distance, you're just watching these one after another, like these banks of rockets. Like, what are they doing? That's essentially, like, I saw somebody break down, like what it would take to build like a Dyson sphere. Like how much mass you would need to launch. And it was like something akin to this. You're literally launching a rocket or 100 rockets every few seconds for like 67 years to even come close. Not to mention, like, you'd need more than the mass of the Earth to do that. So you would have to literally mine the entire contents of the planet, including the core. The iron core iron nickel core. It's crazy the scale when you're looking at like something like a Dyson sphere. God, it's already coming back empty. I thought I was going to try to catch it to drop off all these gubbins, but nope. I think I did a Quillo already. Yeah, this is all divine. This was the last one, and then Express. I think I did that one. Well, we're maintaining a little bit. I mean, our peak hits at about 1 billion, and then we come back down again. Yeah, we're not. I mean, I built all of these systems, this whole base around 500 million. So doing 1 billion is obviously not sustainable. Just because of the nature of the beast, like it's just not. It did all. It did all 5 levels of that instantly. That was so funny. Okay, let's go. Let this finish. It's gonna launch. Launch. There we go. Now the inactivity can run. What are we doing on rocket gubbins? Oh shit! Yeah, rocket fuel is not doing so hot on Vulcanus. That drained it quite quickly. And I need to go grab... Oh shit, we actually had some eggs launched. That's crazy. I haven't looked at... Yeah, it actually ran dry. That's crazy. Where's the Falcon shuttle? Ah, there, there it is. Now we should be technically. Yeah, we are back stuff. So, yeah, that's now filling. So that's good. Oh yeah, gonna need to grab some of these. How much is it? 6,000. Yeah, you can have uncapped productivity on your solid fuel, but not on your rocket. It's capped to it's 300. Even though the base game, yeah, rocket fuel showing is infinite. I don't. This is another thing with 2.0. You have these infinite researches, right? Rocket fuel infinite research. 1 to infinity. It's a tiny little symbol. Trust me, it's an infinity symbol. It might be hard to see, but when you actually look at the crafter, 300% equals limit. So what's the point of having it infinite if you're going to cap it hard cap at 300? I don't understand that. What is my... Oh. Really? Another egg launch? Wow. I might have to reintroduce some more productivity modules in this. That was fast. That was really fast. I expected more time in between. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's okay. Getting 1 million out of it. Rough. All right. What a difference. What a difference that makes. So, Volcanists. Everything's settled down a little bit. Back down to a normal 278 million science a minute. You know, it's way more manageable with that, but we know we can sustain twice that. So, yeah, that's pretty damn good. In single player, if I wasn't hosting this game, I think we would have some pretty good numbers, pretty good performance. I think the performance would more or less be more sustainable. But because I'm hosting this game, there's an extra layer of stuff on top of that. Even though nobody's on the server, there is still an element that that adds to the overhead when you have a server. So it is what it is. But yeah, that is it, everybody. I hope everybody learned something with the extremes of this game. You know, I love pushing this game. I don't know if I can beat 1 billion science a minute. Like, that's a lot. Like, there's not really any reason, unless they come out with an expansion pack or something that just is even crazier. Like, even sustaining 500 million science a minute is a pretty substantial, crazy amount of shenanigans. So, you know, I don't really have any desire to push that even harder, because then it's just it's basically just numbers at that point, and then performance would drop even lower. But this is a pretty extreme playthrough, so I don't think literally anybody else even comes close to this, at least none that I've ever seen in my feed. So maybe this will start a trend of, let's see just how crazy this can be. And there's, again, no way you could do this in the vanilla game without mods. There's literally no way. There's not enough. There's no way you could, even with legendary tier, produce enough science at legendary tier to be able to handle this. Because vanilla game, remember, the quality grinder of this, you know, it's one of the puzzle pieces that allows this process, allows me to hit these numbers, is this reverse factory. This reverse factory I have set to 100%. It's not productivityable, and it is, you can use quality, but you cannot use productivity. But you get 100% back. And that's one of the puzzle pieces. So there's like 3 main puzzle pieces. One is the reverse factory. Set at 100% return. No productivity, but include quality. 2, belt stack. Being able to stack my belts more than the vanilla game is a big one. And then on top of that is the quality, the mythic quality mod that I made and that we're using, that gives us the divine tier. Those three ingredients are what allowed this to exist. Without any one of those, we wouldn't be able to do this. You take any one of those mods out and you wouldn't be able to hit these numbers. Not even close. So that's kind of the tripod of how to get this to work. Any other mods that you mix in, whatever, it is what it is. But those three ingredients are what allow you to go pretty substantial on these numbers. So, anyway, I hope everybody had a great time. Hope you learned something. Hope you had some fun watching the big numbers go burr. But yeah, this is a pretty substantial amount of science. And after 11 years of Factorio, the fact that this game can handle this is a pretty substantial achievement. In the world of games, this is unique, being able to do this much production with this much crazy shenanigans on this many different planets. And it's the fact that it all works is phenomenal, and it's a testament to how gifted the developers of this game are. It is absolutely phenomenal. So, I hope everybody has a great rest of their weekend. And yeah, get outside and breathe some fresh air. Touch some grass. Otherwise, happy May, everybody.